This is that's the last. Very nice. Where's the receiver? Two. Okay. Okay. But I hear anything. Have you got a receiver? Can you hear a receiver? You're getting anything. You're getting the interpreters. Where's that nothing? This, come on. Beginning of the day, you should be getting an interpreter. Yes, yes. Getting this. Yeah, it should be fine now. Gosh, what do you do? All right, get the cable. Should I be tested? Actually, once I get cable organized, so now, okay. All waiting. Huh? Era piorou.
Fala com a boêmia, fala com a boêmia, fala com a boêmia, fala com a boêmia, fala com a boêmia,
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Yeah, this booth in, can any booth in and any booth in and
Eu consegui ouvi-lo bem. Ouvimos sim, ouvimos muito bem. Mas a videoconferência, pelo sistema de videoconferência, não. Sim, eu acho que is better to begin with the interpreter here. Mhm. Yes. French too. Okay. Caros colegas, senhores deputados, estamos atrasados 1h e 20 minutos por causa dos trabalhos técnicos, por causa das questões técnicas que tivemos aqui. Vamos então agora dar início aos nossos trabalhos. Eu vou pedir à secretária para apresentar os dados sobre os membros da comissão presentes, com vista à confirmação do quórum para a reunião. Infelizmente, não assistimos aqui hoje aquilo que habitualmente temos tido, que é ter os nomes dos senhores deputados à vossa frente. Neste caso, eu vou pedir à secretária para indicar as pessoas e fazerem a sua auto-apresentação. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I remind the committee of the rules of procedure. According to Rule 40, the quorum of each standing committee shall be a simple majority of its members. According to our confirmation list, we received 11 confirmations. As I read, number 1 is Honorable Ruth Mendes from Angola, who is our chairperson. Number 2 is Honorable Dr. Alfred James Kinea from Tanzania, Vice Chairperson. Number 3, Honorable Dumela Saloshando from Botswana. Number 4 is Honorable Celestine Lokele Ekoto from the DRC. Number 5 is Honorable Michael Masilela from Eswatini. Masilela. Number 6 is Honorable Dr. Pinky. Number 7 is Honorable Michael Bevi Angela from Madagascar. Number 8 is Honorable Francis Lucky Fiso from Malawi. Number 9 is Honorable David Andla Skosana from South Africa. Number 10 is Honorable Kalalwe Mukuso from Zambia, sorry. Number 11 is Honorable Messi Mugumo from Zimbabwe. We have apologies from Honorable Egbert Alge from the Seychelles. And we have 3 parliaments who have not constituted committees yet. They are parliaments of Namibia, Mauritius, and Parliament of Mozambique. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Ainda assim, eu fiquei sem saber se aqui na sala estão as 11 presenças que a nossa secretária indicou. Me parece que não estão aqui as 11 presenças. E era importante nós sabermos exatamente quem está na sala.
Our quorum today would be constituted by 7 honorable members. And I think in the room right now, we have more than 7 honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada. Confirmado o quórum, passamos então à aprovação da agenda. Prezados membros, a proposta da agenda da reunião e o respectivo documento síntese foram enviados a todos os membros na primeira parte da reunião. Vamos apreciar a ata da reunião anterior da comissão, que se realizou a 24 de outubro, e este exercício iria até às 10h30, portanto, pensamos que agora devemos correr um pouco, terminarmos. Depois da primeira parte, teremos uma pausa e entraremos para a segunda parte, em que iremos acompanhar as comunicações a serem apresentadas por preletores e que vão abordar questões atinentes à elaboração de uma lei modelo da SADC para a fiscalização das unidades prisionais. Este exercício estender-se-á até o fim do dia, quando terminarmos os nossos trabalhos. Apresentada que está a agenda, gostaria de saber se há alguma alteração da vossa parte. O silêncio indica que não há nenhuma proposta da parte dos colegas, pelo que vamos pedir a algum dos colegas para propor a adoção da agenda. Quem é que pode propor a adoção da agenda, por favor? Colega, como não temos o nome, por favor, identificar-se e dizer o país. Por favor.
Thank you, Chair. This is Honorable Mkosa from Zambia.
Mucosa, obrigada por adotar, por propor a adoção da agenda. Agora precisamos de um outro colega para apoiar a proposta da adoção da agenda. Quem é que pode apoiar a proposta da adoção da agenda, por favor?
Chair, I second the adoption. Francis for Malawi.
Senhor deputado Francis do Malawi, secunda a adoção da agenda. Neste caso, temos a agenda devidamente adotada. Vamos passar à apresentação da abertura, da locução da abertura desta reunião. Distintos deputados membros da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, Excelência Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Boemo Secoma, prezados membros do Fórum Parlamentar, do Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, estimadas pessoas de recurso do Centro de Contencioso da África Austral, meus senhores e minhas senhoras, saúdo a todos esta manhã e dou as boas-vindas a esta reunião estatutária da Comissão de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e peço ainda aos técnicos que tivemos que contribuiu para o atraso do início da nossa reunião. Realizamos a nossa reunião estatutária num momento crucial para o continente em geral e a região da SADC em particular, em que a prioridade é o crescimento econômico, a industrialização e a boa governação, como destacou e muito bem o recém-eleito
The
presidente do Ghana,
newly elected
Tá? Posso continuar? Sua Excelência John Dramani Mahama, no apelo que fez aos líderes africanos para garantirmos a prosperidade do continente. A ação econômica na SADC exige que façamos deliberações para promover o crescimento das economias nos Estados-membros antes de podermos abrir as nossas fronteiras para a cooperação. Prevê-se que este ano a África seja a segunda região com crescimento mais rápido a nível mundial. De acordo com as perspectivas de desenvolvimento em África de 2024, prevê-se que o crescimento na África Austral aumente ligeiramente de uma estimativa de 1,6% em 2023 para 2,2% em 2024 e se consolide até 2,7% em 2025. Embora as taxas de crescimento sejam encorajadoras, somos confrontados com um aumento iminente da inflação, que vai obrigar a perdas de emprego e incerteza devido às atuais guerras comerciais e ao recente aumento das pautas aduaneiras, que tornam as perspectivas de cooperação econômica muito pouco animadoras. O aumento das pautas aduaneiras traduz-se num aumento dos custos de produção e será absorvido pelo consumidor. A promoção de um crescimento econômico gerador de emprego continua a ser uma dos Estados Unidos, chegou e cerca de 464 milhões de pessoas na região já vivem em situação de pobreza extrema. A pobreza persistente, a escassez de oportunidades econômicas, os efeitos das alterações climáticas e a fraca governação, agravados pelo aumento do custo de vida, estão a alimentar uma frustração social generalizada e, na qualidade de representantes do povo, cabe-nos a nós apresentar estratégias sólidas que se enquadrem na nossa esfera de competências enquanto guardiões legislativos. Senhores deputados, tenho a honra de falar convosco hoje sobre um assunto que à primeira vista pode parecer do domínio do direito e também dos direitos humanos, mas que numa análise mais atenta tem muito a ver com as nossas economias, sustentabilidade e investimento público estratégico. Em 2024, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC iniciou o desenvolvimento de uma lei modelo da SADC sobre a supervisão dos estabelecimentos prisionais. Trata-se de um esforço legislativo, mas mais do que isso, é uma iniciativa de fiscalização responsável que procura melhorar a eficiência, a responsabilização e a eficácia de um dos ramos mais dispendiosos do sistema de justiça penal, que são os estabelecimentos prisionais. O sistema prisional consome públicos significativos, mas não os gera. Os estabelecimentos prisionais são uma necessidade e têm de ser eficientes, baseados nos direitos, mas também sensíveis às mudanças sociais e econômicas. A supervisão não é, portanto, um fardo burocrático, é uma salvaguarda financeira. É a forma como garantimos que os recursos limitados que atribuímos aos estabelecimentos prisionais estão a ser gastos de forma eficaz, legal e de forma a reduzir os futuros custos para o Estado. Atualmente, a região da SADC gera uma população prisional que se aproxima a 400 mil indivíduos. Países como a África do Sul e a República Democrática do Congo albergam, em conjunto, mais de metade deste número. No entanto, em toda a região, registramos estatísticas preocupantes. A média de 37% dos reclusos guardam julgamento e alguns países como a RDC, a Namíbia e a Tanzânia têm populações de detidos antes do julgamento superiores a 50%. Não se trata apenas de uma questão de direitos humanos. Sobretudo, sabemos que a maioria dos países da SADC tem infraestruturas prisionais envelhecidas, remontando muitas vezes no período colonial. Estas instalações não só estão degradadas, como nunca foram concebidas, tendo em conta os direitos humanos ou as normas sanitárias. Continuar a afetar fundos públicos a estes sistemas obsoletos, sem escrutínio ou responsabilização, é irresponsável do ponto de vista fiscal. Os estabelecimentos prisionais têm de se adaptar para dar resposta ao aumento da população, à migração relacionada com o clima e à evolução da jurisprudência em matéria de gênero, vulneráveis, como as mulheres, as crianças e as pessoas portadoras de deficiência. Senhores deputados, esta é mais uma razão pela qual nos reunimos aqui hoje para iniciar o processo de elaboração de uma lei modelo da SADC sobre a supervisão dos estabelecimentos prisionais. Perguntar-se-ia, portanto, por que uma lei modelo e por que agora? Senhores deputados, a legislação é um investimento, cria arquitetura que garante os fundos públicos sejam gastos com um objetivo, que os mecanismos de supervisão não sejam opcionais ou ad hoc, mas sim incorporados no próprio sistema. Normaliza o que é uma boa governação e fornece parâmetros de referência claros para o desempenho e a transparência. Por último, devemos recordar que os parlamentos afetam os fundos públicos. É nosso papel perguntar o que estamos a pagar e o que estamos a receber em troca. A supervisão não é apenas uma função democrática, mas também um retorno do investimento. A este respeito, a elaboração de uma lei modelo sobre a fiscalização dos estabelecimentos prisionais vai permitir atuar como uma ferramenta para ajudar, enquanto legisladores, a garantir melhores resultados para a nossa população, melhor para os nossos orçamentos e melhor futuro para aqueles que hoje se encontram atrás das grades, muitos dos quais regressarão amanhã às nossas comunidades. Caros colegas, investir na supervisão não é um luxo, é uma necessidade. Construamos um sistema que seja justo, mas também financeiramente responsável. Muito obrigada. Depois desta minha intervenção, vamos então passar à apreciação da ata para confirmarmos se a mesma constitui o registro fiel do que aconteceu na reunião anterior. Vamos analisar a ata ponto por ponto, uma vez que pode haver uma discrepância das páginas nas diferentes línguas. Se estamos todos com a ata, o ponto primeiro tem a ver com as presenças, portanto, trata-se da ata da reunião da Comissão de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, realizada em 24 de outubro de 2024, com o tema Potenciar o papel do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC na facilitação da participação dos cidadãos na integração regional da SADC para uma maior responsabilização e um desenvolvimento e coesão socioeconômicas inclusivos. Ok?
Honorable Chair, I would like to understand which minutes are these, because we have already adopted the minutes, and now it's like we are going back point by point. Is it the same minutes which have already adopted? I submit.
É a ata de 24 de outubro de 2024, da última reunião que nós realizamos. Nós adotamos a agenda de trabalhos e agora vamos ver a ata da última reunião que nós realizamos. Foi realizada 24 de outubro.
Okay, I understand, Honorable Chair.
Ok. Portanto, em relação ao ponto 1, tem a ver com as presenças. Gostaria de saber se há alguma questão no ponto 1. O ponto 2 tem a ver com as ausências justificadas. O ponto 3 tem a ver com as credenciais e ausências justificadas. O ponto 4 tem a ver com 4.1, funcionários do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. 4.2 tem a ver com as pessoas de recurso. E depois temos então a primeira parte da reunião, em que no ponto 5 da agenda, onde a reunião adotou a agenda de trabalho sem alterações, por proposta do deputado Pink Manamolela, do Lesoto, secundado pelo deputado Edbert Agle, das Seychelles. Portanto, até aqui, acho que não há nenhuma questão. Podemos avançar. O ponto 6 trata da intervenção da abertura, preferida pela Presidente. Também não há nenhum problema aqui. O ponto 7, apreciação da ata da reunião anterior, realizada em 13 de maio de 2024. Creio que não há nenhuma questão aqui. O ponto 8, apreciação de questões decorrentes da ata da reunião anterior. Passamos para a segunda parte, sessão de audiências de instrução pública. O ponto 9, onde há uma intervenção de boas-vindas, também não há nenhum problema aqui. O ponto 10, apresentações feitas pelos cidadãos da SADC. O ponto 10 temos o 1, o 10.2, o 10.3. Por favor, se eu tiver aí muito rápido, avisem-me. O 10.4, o 10.5, o 10.6 e terminamos o ponto 10. Vamos passar para o terceiro ponto, que trata das conclusões e recomendações. E aí teremos o ponto 11, a intervenção da senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. O ponto 12, que trata da intervenção de encerramento proferido pela Presidente. Posto isso, acabamos de apresentar a ata. Ainda assim, gostaríamos de saber se algum dos colegas quer se referir a alguma questão da ata. O silêncio indica que estamos todos de acordo. Algum membro para propor a adoção da ata, por favor? Quem pode propor a adoção da ata? Senhora deputada, pode, como não temos os nomes em frente, pode, por favor, dizer o nome e o país? Microfone. Microfone. Ah,
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Pinky Manamulel. I'm a member of Parliament from the Kingdom of Lesotho. I would like to propose an adoption of this minutes. Thank you.
muito obrigada, senhora deputada Pink, do Reino do Lesoto, pela proposta da adoção da ata. Por favor, quem pode secundar a adoção da proposta da senhora deputada Pink? Por favor, senhora deputada.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Miss Mugomo from Zimbabwe. I'm a member of Parliament. I second.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada do Zimbábue. Do Zimbábue. Muito obrigada por secundar a adoção da nossa ata.
Honorable Chair,
Sim.
my name is Kosana David. I'm the Member of Parliament of South Africa. I'm just a little bit concerned, Chair, that the the way this has started, and I must say that my thousand apologies on behalf of our country as well, with all this so-called, I'm not sure whether it's load shedding or it's power cut. But indeed, we find ourselves in this environment which is not conducive for the event of this magnitude. In fact, it's for me, for the first time that I attended an event which has started like this. Dysfunctional. You know, it's like now we are going just to tick the box. You know, I must say that, I must raise that to the chair, that is very disappointing, I must say. And indeed, I was looking forward to that. We will have a very fruitful, but perhaps we might come back. But indeed, as things stands now, I want to just say this for you, for the record's sake, that I've said this, that this conference started in a wrong foot. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado Cossana David. Tem toda a razão. Eu própria já comentei com os colegas do Fórum, do Secretariado do Fórum da SADC. Para quem está aqui pela primeira vez, de facto, é a primeira vez que eu também assisto a um início tão atabalhoado. Mas isso deve-se a problemas técnicos. Acredito que o próprio Fórum também não fez bem o seu trabalho de casa, porque hoje de manhã nós nem tínhamos aqui os instrumentos para a tradução. E de facto nós estamos a achar que vamos entrar nos trabalhos e com mais segurança. Em todo o caso, esta primeira parte da reunião normalmente é mesmo assim. É a aprovação da ata anterior, enviamos as atas para os senhores deputados, pelo menos presumimos isso, que o secretariado enviou as atas anteriores aos senhores deputados com antecedência, e isso não retira que quando alguém queira apontar alguma questão, debater alguma questão, o faça. Peça a palavra e o faça. Portanto, não sei onde parte o seu desapontamento. Todos nós estamos desapontados, de facto, para além dos problemas de tradução que tivemos, também temos os problemas de falta de energia, que a todo momento isso também retira de facto a qualidade do nosso trabalho. Aí estou de acordo consigo, mas vamos então procurar nós nos esforçarmos para que os trabalhos continuem da melhor forma e consigamos, de facto, manter o nível que é o nível habitual das reuniões das comissões permanentes do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Muito obrigada. Nós passamos agora, se estivermos todos de acordo, se não há mais nenhum pedido de palavra, vamos passar então para os assuntos abordados na reunião anterior, constantes na ata e que requeriam seguimento ou cumprimento. Para tal, vou passar a palavra à senhora secretária da comissão para apresentar a matriz das resoluções tomadas que contém o ponto de situação sobre as resoluções anteriores. Tem a palavra, por favor, doutora Mecenate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Presentation of action taken metrics on the resolutions by the TIFI committee. I am reading from a table of...
Só um minuto. Eu queria avisar os colegas que nós recebemos também a matriz, pelo menos nos documentos que foram enviados ao secretariado, Portanto, se vamos agora apreciar a matriz, seria bom nós localizarmos o documento para acompanharmos a apresentação. Muito obrigada. Pode continuar, por favor, doutora Mecenato.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The matrix was amongst the documents that were sent on the link in our WhatsApp groups. Thank you, honorable members. Resolution 1, appeal to SADC member states to institute value addition laws and policies on the production of critical minerals, contribute to revenue collection and industrialization. Action and or remarks. The resolution was submitted to member states for action in line with Rule 6.3 of the Forum's Rules of Procedure. The proposed strategy. The Forum is in conversations with our partners on drafting a model law in mining that will protect critical minerals and create lasting value chains. The laws will also ensure that minerals are mined according to the international standards, such as green mining. This will contribute to job creations and value chains through beneficiation. 1.1, call for the establishment of a technical working group for the TIFI committee. The Secretariat has drafted terms of reference, TORs, for the technical working group and is in the process of consolidating all the processes. Proposed strategies. The Secretariat will work closely with the technical working group and other relevant entities in the implementation of the TORs. 1.2, encourage member states to submit reports on debt sustainability and management to the Standing Committee on TIFI to facilitate knowledge and experience sharing. This resolution was submitted to member states for action in line with Rule 6.3 of the SADC-PF's Rules of Procedure, and the members of parliament are expected to submit their progress reports during the 57th Plenary Assembly. And our proposed strategy. The SADC-PF is committed to ensuring that member states are strengthened in their financial processes, including public debt. The Secretariat is to develop a tool and compile the reports from member states to ensure information sharing, benchmarking, and employing best practices. 1.3, encourage the harmonization of rules and regulations regarding the transport sector to ensure that trade and services is efficient and responds to the challenges bedeviling the SADC region, in addition to guarantee that regional trade and economic integration is facilitated smoothly. This resolution was submitted to the member states for action in accordance with Rule 6.3 of the SADC Rules of Procedure. The SADC-PF is committed to implementing the SADC protocols on trade, industrialization, and regional integration efforts. This includes unpacking the trade protocols and trade agreements where member states are signatory. This includes the SADC Free Trade Area, the COMESA EAC Trade Tripartite Free Trade Area Agreement, which came into force from 25 July 2024, the SADC Protocol on Trade 2005 as amended, and lastly, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the world's largest free trade area and started trading on 1 January 2021. Also, SADC-PF through ships works towards regional and economic integration through legislative harmonization. 1.4, member states to stay informed and actively participate in ongoing trade negotiations, addressing issues like tariffs, rules of origin, investment, and digital trade. Like others, this resolution was submitted to the member states for action in line with Rule 3. The SADC PF is still committed to finding solutions through committees to ensure the mandates of the committees are fully realized. This includes training on the knowledge sharing within the region and sharing best practices. Resolution 1.5 encourage member states to boost the agricultural sector, to boost trade and create economic sufficiency. This resolution was submitted to member states for action in line with Rule 6.3. Due to challenges in climate, the Forum is committed to climate action mandate as per our strategic plan 2024 to 2028. This will be achieved through strengthening legislative framework and advocate for promoting investment in renewable energy. 1.6 appeals to member states to come up with strategies to recover job losses occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic through industry closures, to jumpstart and resuscitate industry and boost trade and employment. Like others, this resolution was submitted to member states. The SADC is committed to assisting member states through dialogue and benchmarking to come up with robust strategies to industrialize. This will invariably boost trade and improve employment statistics in the region. 1.7 urges member states to advocate for more health financing, which will enable the attainment of universal health coverage, thereby fostering positive SRHR outcomes. This resolution, like others, was submitted to the member states for action in line with Rule 6.3. Through the implementation of the SRHR project by the Forum, member states have been introduced to the SRHR. Member states are therefore encouraged to track the budget during the budget cycle to ensure investment in the universal health coverage. 1.8 implores member states to remove barriers that hinders free trade within the region. In this regard, member states should also implement measures aimed at fostering trade within the region, especially through improved transportation and connectivity. This resolution was submitted to the member states for action in line with Rule 6.3. The Forum will continue to organize capacity development for members through a series of training programs on trade. Members will be able to advocate for changes in their jurisdictions through their constitutional mandate. 1.9 member states are encouraged to harmonize their existing legislation with the PFM model law with a view of promoting transparency and information sharing with the executive, especially on debt management. This resolution was submitted to member states for action in line with Rule 6.3. In addition, the Forum is working on the ongoing process of domesticating the model law wholly or amending sections of the national legislation to align with the SADC PFM model law, public financial model law. The Forum is committed to fostering inclusive, cohesive parliamentary institutions, ultimately contributing to the advancement and prosperity of the SADC region. The Forum has developed a scorecard which will assist in determining the gaps in the national laws, as well as the gaps in training needs. The scorecard has been piloted in Zimbabwe, and it is envisaged that it will be rolled out in the coming months in the other SADC countries. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Oh, here are the last ones. 2.0 appeals to SADC member states to ensure that there is a clear line of demarcation between PPPs, private-public partnerships, and debt incurred through government spending on projects and to take out robust steps to ensure that their parliaments can effectively execute their oversight role. This resolution is submitted to member parliaments in line with Rule 6.3. 2.1, member states to advocate for a model law on public-private partnership to facilitate in-depth consultation with the private sector before governments engage in PPP contracts. The PPP projects should be debated in Parliament before they can be approved, considered, and signed. This resolution was submitted to member states for action in line with Rule 6.3. The forum is in conversations with our partners on drafting a model law on private-public partnerships. This model law is envisaged to bridge the current gaps in legislation to prevent illicit financial flows and create a conducive environment for foreign direct investment in SADC. In addition, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is actively facilitating meetings in this regard as critical minerals have become the hub around conversations on climate change. I think this is the last one. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária da Comissão. Apresentado que está a matriz do cumprimento das resoluções tomadas à Comissão do Comércio, Indústria e Finanças, gostaria de saber se alguém tem algum pedido de esclarecimento ou se tem outros assuntos constantes na ata que gostariam de levantar aqui. Portanto, está aberto o debate para o ponto relacionado com a matriz do cumprimento das resoluções. Gostaria mais uma vez de assinalar os colegas para não se esquecerem de se identificarem o país e bem como o nome, antes de intervirem. Por favor, tem a palavra a nossa colega do Lesoto.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Member Senator, for this presentation. And I just want to comment on 2.1, which calls for member states to review or to work on drafting the model law on PPP. I remember very well, Honorable Chair, during the last meeting, I raised this issue as my country, Lesotho, was once involved in the PPP project, which involved a very big health facility. And our concern was that this is a very important issue because we really need to, on behalf of the public as well as the private, I tend to think that there must be risk distribution, a fair risk distribution when it comes to finances. And some of these contracts are very complicated and difficult to implement. So I tend to think that if we come up with a model law on the PPP projects, these challenges will be, there will be clear guidance as to how the PPPs can be beneficial both to the public and the private sector. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada Pink. Eu penso que podemos levantar as questões e depois a nossa secretária responder as questões a seguir. Não sei, mais alguém quer se pronunciar? Faz favor, senhor deputado.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Michael Masilela from Rotin. I think my one is just slightly on resolution 1. I think we, as Africans, I'm just looking at that we've got a thematic problem where we would honestly saying we want to enact policies that will safeguard minerals from the point of production or before, from the point of, let me say, from the point of point of production to unfinished goods. In that area, as Africans, whatever that I know, is we don't have the mechanism of certain aspects or the expertise to probably provide the knowledge of how we can maybe say we create an environment where everything is done in a country, finished and prepared for use. I've never seen that. Always exported, because I believe in as far as I know, in all our countries, we don't have the expertise. And now saying drafting the policies, how far can we go with that? That's my challenge. Maybe I've been too long with my question, but yeah, I'm a bit worried. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado Maki Macilela. Não sei se há aqui mais alguma questão, alguém mais se quer pronunciar. Eu também tenho uma questão aqui para o nosso secretariado, efetivamente em relação ao ponto 2.1, relacionado com as parcerias público-privadas. Havia a ideia de se fazer uma lei modelo sobre as parcerias público-privadas. Penso que quando discutimos já tínhamos avançado para essa questão. Em dezembro, quando foi da 56ª reunião do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC na Zâmbia, portanto, já foi feita assim uma abordagem ligeira, mas até aqui nós não temos ainda nenhum sinal de que essa questão está a ser tratada, a questão da lei modelo sobre as parcerias público-privadas. A outra questão também que me preocupa tem a ver com a questão que já foi apresentada pelo colega de Eswatini, tem a ver de facto com os minerais de risco ou minerais especiais. Na verdade, nós já tínhamos evoluído, a nossa discussão já tinha evoluído no sentido de, para além de nós, ao invés de nós explorarmos e depois exportarmos para serem mineralizados nas outras paragens, em outros países, nós devíamos criar condições nos nossos países para tratarmos da mineração desses produtos, até porque era uma forma de nós criarmos emprego nos nossos países e evitarmos o êxodo dos jovens que normalmente saem dos nossos países para procurarem melhores condições nos países do Ocidente, sobretudo. Portanto, essa era outra questão que eu também gostaria de ouvir aqui. Eu sei que a questão foi encaminhada aos Estados-membros, mas gostaríamos de saber do secretariado o que é que já foi feito, o que é que avançou mais para além em relação àquilo que nós discutimos em outubro. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will speak to the PPP's model law first. There's been progress on the model law. We have a partner now. I think who would like to do a presentation on Saturday in the afternoon, if there will be time. So after this meeting, then this resolution will be off our matrix. It will be, we'll make headway on it. So from now on, I think in matrix anymore, we'll have to start the process of drafting the model law like we're doing now with this model law on oversight on prisons. Now, if we talk about beneficiation or processing and of minerals, Africa has had minerals for as long as there's been Africa, and Africa has been exporting those minerals. I think what we are trying to say as Africans or the SADC region is, it is time that we start processing, because the employment rate is at what level? How many youth are unemployed now? How many jobs are being lost now to manufacturing with the trade wars right now? I mean, we're exporting diamonds. We could at least polish the diamonds before we export them. We could do something, Honorable Member, before we export the minerals. That's the point of this resolution. That's the point. We have to have the conversation around this. What can we do as a region? Oh, thank you. Now the US is forcing us to have this conversation. Although the tariffs have not been implemented on the critical minerals, because the US needs the critical minerals. They want the minerals to be exported to the US. They're not doing tariffs on the US, on the minerals. Now, we as the SADC region can have the conversation that, okay, we have the liberty to say, we are not exporting our minerals. We want to beneficiate our minerals for ourselves. But you can come on board, beneficiate them here, and then buy it from us. That's the conversation that we're saying. Let us have the conversation. We can't be poor forever, yet we are rich in minerals. That's the conversation we're trying to have. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária. Vou dar a palavra ao colega da África do Sul, que também pediu a palavra. Faz favor.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the issue of beneficiation of our minerals in Africa is bigger than what we perhaps we can make proposal here, but it's a question of leadership. I mean, if one has to look what I know some people will have reservations about Burkina Faso, but we need radical changes. We have to be bold. We need leadership which can take decisions. Somebody was making an example about Donald Trump. when Donald Trump resumed office, the Constitution, American Constitution is different, from, our Constitution are different here. That he has an executive order to change laws. But as far as I know, and I've traveled extensively around Africa and the world, our African leaders lack, the will to change and being bold to say these minerals can make poverty to be a history in our continent, in particular as well, both in PEP and both in SADC. But we need our leadership to change and be bold. And let us not be, I want to use the right word, not an insulting word. We need to be frank and be honest that it will take a bit of time for us to, as you said, we can polish the diamonds here in Africa, instead of what we are doing currently. Not necessarily that. You go to chrome, you go to all these minerals, which we are exporting, unpolished as a raw material. But indeed, at the end of the day, let's hope that the leadership, with all the inputs which we are going to make in this gathering, that perhaps they will listen to us to say Africa is crying loud. Let's change the paradigm, Chief, that we've got an experience to change Africa for generations and generations to come. Because as we are sitting here, if you go to the harbors and see what we are exporting, not necessarily in the US, to China, to European Union, it's embarrassing to say after so many years, we are still colonized when it comes to our minerals. For me, I'm saying thumbs up. We need our leaders to take decisions. Thumbs up to the Burkina Faso leader now. It took him less than two years to change. France is crying now as we speak here because of the changes which the leader has done there. And I think our African leaders who are democratic elected can do that. They've got the mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Antes de dar a palavra à nossa secretária, eu ainda ia à ata da nossa reunião, na página 5, no ponto 10.2, nós tivemos aqui uma apresentação, quando foi abordado este tema na reunião de 24 de outubro, em que nos foi apresentado uma lista dos minérios que alguns países têm. Me parece que essa lista não está completa, primeiro, e penso que seria bom nós aqui tomarmos então a decisão de ser feito um trabalho mais efetivo a nível dos nossos Estados-membros, saber qual é a estratégia que têm, uma recomendação aos nossos Estados, para sabermos qual é a estratégia que têm em relação a essa questão dos minérios verdes. Porque, por mais que a gente aqui faça propostas, por mais que a gente dê ideias boas, mas se os nossos Estados, os nossos Estados-membros não tiverem de acordo, se os nossos líderes não tiverem de acordo, não tiverem na mesma linha de pensamento, nós não vamos alterar o quadro atual. Portanto, me parece que era importante, a nível dos Estados-membros, o apelo ser no sentido de apresentarem as estratégias que têm em relação aos minérios verdes. Isso em relação aos países que, de facto, têm esses minérios nos seus países. E me parece que, de facto, essa apresentação aqui não está completa. Não está completa. Era importante completarmos essa apresentação que nos foi dada e depois, então, sabermos qual é a estratégia dos Estados-membros para que possamos mudar a situação presente.
Honorable Chair.
Por favor. Uhum.
I'm not following which presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there's something that you mentioned about Zambia that I really, really missed. But it was so important. I remembered something about Zambia. I think it was through the guidance of the World Bank and what they did, because they have a lot of copper. They, I think, partnered. This was the Minister of Finance, and he was saying they partnered with a private partner, and under the PPP arrangement, and the copper was they accessed the copper, and during that, I don't remember exactly, the jobs were created, especially for the youth, and then the infrastructure, they were busy putting up the infrastructure. I wanted to know, Honorable Chair, if maybe you know this, if we can share the success of Zambia on the PPP and then the minerals, especially copper, and that job creation. Thank you.
É, eu eu acho que em relação à Zâmbia, se calhar nós temos aqui o colega da Zâmbia que pode falar dessa experiência. Eu lembro-me que na altura o técnico que apresentou o tema apresentou de facto essa experiência positiva da Zâmbia, mas me parece deve estar aqui o nosso colega da Zâmbia que poderá então falar dessa experiência da Zâmbia em relação às políticas público-privadas e que êxito têm. Na verdade, nós sabemos que aquele filão de cobre ali que apanha a Zâmbia, a RDC e Angola. Portanto, Angola neste momento não está a fazer grande exploração de cobre, mas também tem. Portanto, é por isso que eu digo que essa tabela deve ser atualizada para nós sabermos de facto onde se encontram os minerais e também saber qual é a estratégia dos nossos países para o desenvolvimento dessa questão. Não sei se o colega da Zâmbia faz favor.
Thank you so much, Chair. The issue of the minerals, to be specific, copper, and what my honorable colleague mentioned regarding employment creation, I would like to marry my point to what my colleague from South Africa said. You see, what is actually happening in Zambia is that indeed, yes, we do have the copper, but there is little that is being done to process it so that we create jobs for the youth and other people that may need employment. We have two companies, Zamefa, which is a Zambian company. We also have another company, which is Nikant. They process the copper. They process the copper to make electrical cables. Now, when you look at the copper that is processed in Zambia compared to the copper that is exported, you find that what is consumed locally is less than 5%, or maybe even less than 2.5% of what is produced. Then the companies in Zambia, they actually complain and they face challenges. Those two companies I am from mentioning, that is Nikant and Zamefa. They complain that, look, the copper is coming from Zambia, but the price at which they are sold the copper locally is almost the same as the price at which they sell the copper in Malaysia or in London. That it's called LME price, right? They give them the same LME price. So they do not get to have any advantage whatsoever, meaning that if they are sold the copper at the same price at which the copper is being sold in Malaysia, if they produce the cables, they cannot compete effectively on an international market with the companies, for example, in Malaysia or in North America, which are buying copper at the same price. Because when they are, if they are to export those products, it means that for them, they will not have that competitive edge because it will be expensive for them to export the products outside. Then despite that, most of the copper is exported, what we have done as a country, we have extended too much incentives to the mining sector to a tune of about 6 billion kwacha, 6 billion kwacha, about 6 billion kwacha annually. So that is what is obtaining as regards the mineral sector. There is still more that we need to do to make sure that we take advantage of these natural resources that we have. Yes, in terms of pronouncements, it can sound like we are doing very well, but the reality is that people are actually losing jobs because of those tax incentives that we have given the mining sectors. Of course, the mining sectors are importing equipment to enhance the production of copper, but the new machines that they are getting are not going to result in employing new people because they are technologically advanced. So they will not result in new more jobs per se. Then I heard the madam talk about the PPP. Yes, we have some few success stories of the PPP projects, especially in the road sector. But there is one challenge that has been identified in the PPP arrangements, especially with the concessionaires. You find that the actual price for which you pay for the product that they are giving you is a little bit exaggerated. Let me give you an example of one PPP project that we are doing for the road coming from Lusaka going to Ndola. So what has happened is that the concessionaire, who is a Chinese company, will borrow money from the National Pensions Authority, which is NAPSA, which is a pension fund from the country. So they will borrow money from there, then they do the work. So there are what we call targets along that road. Then they will take over the collection of the toll fees for the next 22 to 25 years. Now, what will happen is that by the time the 22 years will be finishing, that road will be damaged. The money that they are borrowing from the National Pensions Authority or the pension fund is about $600 million. That's the one that they will use to do the road. Now, the money that they will collect as a return to them as a concessionaire, which they will also be using to repay the pension fund, is in excess of $1 billion. So you find that while the PPP project will help us to do the road, but it is coming at a great cost to the country, such that if the country just designed another model, for example, the government itself borrows the money from a pension fund and give a contractor to do the road, then they collect and pay back. It's within the government rather than giving a concessionaire. So PPP projects, they do work very well, but they need to be monitored properly because they are an arrangement that are a little bit sophisticated and complex to understand by an ordinary person. Because of that, governments lose taxpayers' money because people don't easily understand how complex PPP transactions are. Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity to say a few words.
Muito obrigado, caro colega da Zâmbia, por essa explicação que passou aqui. Quero saber da colega Pink se está satisfeita com a explicação que foi aqui passada pelo colega da Zâmbia.
Very much so, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member from Zambia.
Em todo caso, nós podemos agora confirmar que, de facto, uma lei modelo sobre as parcerias público-privadas é importante para poder organizar e poder ajudar-nos a termos contratos mais seguros, contratos em que todos beneficiam e não contratos leoninos em que a parte privada sai vantajosa em relação à parte pública. Eu não sei se a nossa secretária tem mais aqui alguma coisa a dizer. Caso sim, vou lhe dar a palavra.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On Saturday, honorable members, we will have the Chandler Institute of Justice, who will explain more, I think, on this issue of PPPs. They'll have a short presentation. So we'll have more questions for them for clarity before we move on how we are going to move forward on the model law on PPPs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária. Eu penso que nós esgotamos a discussão em relação à matriz do cumprimento das resoluções da última reunião que realizamos em outubro. Se estivermos todos de acordo, vamos então concluir esta primeira parte dos nossos trabalhos. A partir daqui, eu penso que nós estamos atrasados precisamente 1 hora e alguns minutos. Eu ia pedir a compreensão dos colegas para fazermos, ao invés de fazermos meia hora de intervalo, fazermos 15 minutos e depois voltarmos aqui então para passarmos a segunda parte. Não sei se estamos todos de acordo. Se assim for, vamos então, temos concluído a primeira parte e vamos fazer aqui um intervalo de 15 minutos e retomamos dentro de 15 minutos para a segunda parte. Muito obrigada. Prezados membros da comissão, eu penso que demos já uma tolerância de cerca de 15 minutos em relação à hora que devíamos começar. Os colegas não estão aqui, mas nós vamos começar os nossos trabalhos. Nós vamos agora para a segunda sessão da nossa reunião, onde vamos abordar a necessidade de uma lei modelo sobre a fiscalização das unidades prisionais. Tenho aqui à minha direita o senhor Melusi Samelane, que vai moderar o tema que vai ser abordado. O senhor Melusi Samelane é um defensor dos recursos humanos, estratégia política e é investigador com uma vasta experiência na promoção da justiça social e de reforma jurídica na África Austral. Trabalha com o Southern Africa Litigation Center, liderando iniciativas regionais de igualdade, responsabilidade e política jurídica como diretor dos direitos físicos. Antigo bolseiro do Obama e voz ativa nos espaços globais de direitos humanos. O Sr. Melusi já interviu em plataformas como o Fórum Popular da Commonwealth Foundation e a Onion Young World Academy. O seu trabalho faz ponte entre o ativismo comunitário e a reforma institucional, centrando-se na discriminação e no acesso à justiça e governança inclusiva. Portanto, o senhor Melusi Samelane, por favor, tem a palavra a partir de agora. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, illustre presenter do comito. Honorable members, good morning. It is quite an honor for us to address you this morning. This afternoon, apologies for the power cuts in our beloved South Africa. Today we meet not only to discuss the legal frameworks, but to envision a region that is just, transparent, and accountable in its governance, particularly where the invisible and vulnerable are concerned. As the Southern Africa Litigation Center, we are grateful for the opportunity to work closely with this forum and its committees to contribute in the creation of this model law that will address pressing criminal justice sector issues with regional coherence and impact. So our work underscores how critical budgeting transparency is, especially in the correctional services systems in our countries. According to recent research, approximately 400,000 people are held in prison across our region, with around 40% of them being in our host country today. Many are in pre-trial detainees. Some for years remain in pre-trial detainment. And these individuals are criminalized often for poverty-related offenses or what we have commonly referred to as petty offenses. These realities demand more than reactive solutions. They call for structural reforms. And we hope this meeting becomes the key step in that direction. As many of you will know, the UN's Nelson Mandela rules remind us all that prisoners shall be treated with the respect due to their inherent dignity and value as human beings. These are not aspirational words, but binding moral and legal principles which should guide how we legislate, how we budget, and how we oversee correctional services. Honorable members, our parliaments have a pivotal role to play in this regard. Considerable resources are often spent on prison infrastructure, while staff remains underpaid and conditions deteriorate. Some of those working in our correctional services systems have the same training as others in the civil service, but they receive lower salaries and live and work in appalling conditions. Ensuring fair labor conditions at correctional facilities and retaining professional staff require funding. A joint SALC research has shown that overcrowding, the lack of resources, and underinvestment in non-custodial alternatives continue to undermine prisoners' rights and rehabilitation objectives. Encouragingly, though, we have seen that it's possible for parliaments to act when called upon. We've seen in Malawi, for example, where parliamentary representatives visited their facilities, and that led to a meaningful increase in prison food budgets and the introduction of prison reforms, showing how responsive, informed legislative action can lead to a better outcome. This is a reminder that when informed and intentional, legislative action can directly uphold the dignity and the rights of those behind bars. These conversations that I hope we begin here today must be centered around a model law that must consider the whole landscape, the legal obligations under international standards, and the budgetary realities, and most importantly, the human stories at the heart of our justice systems. To help us ground this conversation today, it is an honor for me to introduce to you someone whose work embodies the kind of justice-centered leadership that we need. He was a member of the National Assembly of the Parliament of South Africa from 1999 until 2024. He has been a member of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. He was instrumental in shaping many pieces of legislation, such as, among others, the Child Justice Act of 2008, the Prevention and Combating of Human Trafficking Act of 2009, and many others. He has held positions in he has held the position of parliamentary councillor to the president and deputy president from 1999 until 2013, serving under President Mbeki, President Motlanthe, and President Zuma. Mr. John Jeffrey, who's the former Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development of South Africa, is no stranger to the legal and policy reforms we all aspire to. His career has been marked by principled advocacy for constitutionalism, human rights, and practical improvements in the justice sector. With your permission, Chairperson, I would like to introduce Mr. John Jeffrey to address us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Milan, for that very kind introduction. I've been asked to speak on the importance of prison oversight to protect prisoners' rights and ensure accountable prison institutions. Is there who's moving them? Must I just say next slide? Okay, all right, cool.
Sorry, Chair. I think I'm not sure whether the volume, you know.
Okay, I'll try and put it closer. Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
But next slide, or first slide then. What I wanted to start with, was who we're talking about. I mean, firstly, an issue on terminology. In South Africa, we don't refer to prisons or prisoners anymore. Since the advent of democracy, we speak about correctional facilities and inmates, although I think the rest of the region still uses the term prisoners. So I basically listed three types of people, categories of people that you would find in custody in prisons, correctional facilities. The first would be criminals who've been found guilty of a crime and they've been sentenced by the courts to a term of imprisonment. The second are awaiting trial detainees who have not been given bail or they can't afford to pay their bail. And that's why they're still inside. But they are, cannot forget, and they, if you look at the research documents, constitute quite a large number of people in in the facilities in the region. But we can't forget, or must never forget, with awaiting trial detainees, that they have a right to be considered innocent until proven guilty. The reason they're still in custody, I mean, there are two main reasons for not getting bail. The one is that you will abscond, you won't come back and stand trial. And so if that can be established, then you won't get bail. The other is if you will interfere with the investigation or interfere with witnesses. So those are the two reasons for not granting a person bail. But a person is innocent until proven guilty. The last category, in South Africa, people were also imprisoned if they couldn't pay a civil debt. But this was discontinued some time ago. I'm not sure if some of the countries in the region still do, in the SADC region, do that, but we don't do that anymore in South Africa. Next slide, please. So why are people sentenced to a term of imprisonment? And what I've got up there is a quote from the Nelson Mandela rules, Rule 4.1. And it reads, the purposes of a sentence of imprisonment or similar measures deprivative of a person's liberty are primarily to protect society against crime and reduce recidivism. Recidivism, if you're not familiar with the term, is people who go back to jail. They get punished, sent to jail, come out, and then commit the crime again. So that is recidivism. And we want to, that obviously one wants to reduce it. Anyway, to carry on rules, those purposes can be achieved only if the period of imprisonment is used to ensure, so far as possible, the reintegration of such persons into society upon release so that they can lead a law-abiding and self-supporting life. So that's from the Nelson Mandela rules. I think they do summarize it quite well. But what's interesting with that reason is there's nothing about punishment. And that is also still a factor, a reason people are sentenced to prison. Next slide. So I've put a summary there, which includes punishment. People are sentenced to a term of imprisonment as a punishment for a serious crime, to enable them to be rehabilitated so they do not commit crimes in future, and to protect society from dangerous people who commit crimes. So those are the three general reasons why people are sentenced to imprisonment. Let me again emphasize, I'm speaking now, and most of my talk will be on the sentenced prisoners, because they are the most vulnerable. At least the awaiting trial will be going to court every now and again, appearing in court for their case. Although in South Africa that can be done, those remands can be done virtually, where they don't physically appear in front of the magistrate. But if we can go to the next slide. So then the issue is, why should prisoners' rights be respected? And I put this on specifically as I knew I was talking to honorable members of parliament, because out there we will find the public saying, why must these prisoners have so many rights? We're treating them better in prison than we are outside. But the issue is basically this: prisoners are human beings, and as human beings, they're entitled to basic rights regardless of what they've done. In addition, one of the aims of imprisonment is to prevent recidivism and to rehabilitate. And you cannot expect this to happen if prisoners are treated like animals. So you can't, you can't keep somebody in prison, take away their dignity, and then expect them to come out and to fit into society and not reoffend. If you treat prisoners badly, they're going to, in all likelihood, stay with crime because they don't fit into society. Then I quote from the Nelson Mandela rules again. This is the first one, Rule 1, which reads, all prisoners shall be treated with the respect due to their inherent dignity and value as human beings. No prisoner shall be subjected to and all prisoners shall be protected from torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, for which no circumstances whatsoever may be invoked as a justification. And then an additional point, which we'll come on to a bit more later, the safety and security of prisoners, staff, service providers, and visitors shall be ensured at all times. So that's about how prisoners should be treated in the Nelson Mandela rules. If we can do next slide. Now, I've got another quote there, which is a South African Constitutional Court case of Sonke Gender Justice versus the President of South Africa and others. It's a 2019 case, so it's relatively recent. It's quite important when because what the issue dealt with was the independence of the South African Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services, or JICS. And that is, in terms of the South African Correctional Services Act, you have a judge who is appointed to head JICS and to monitor what is happening in the prisons. And this case was about, was the JICS properly independent? And I'll be reading some other extracts from the judgment, the majority judgment, but this one is just also on prisoners' rights, and I just thought it was quite relevant. And it reads, it's paragraph 32 of the judgment. All the rights in the Bill of Rights apply to inmates, save where justifiably limited in terms of Section 36 of the Constitution. That's the limitation clause in the South African Constitution. There are, however, a number of non-derogable rights that become especially important when an individual is incarcerated and thus directly subject to the state's coercive powers. Non-derogable rights are rights that you can't take away. Those are rights you can't even take away from a prisoner. Anyway, these non-derogable rights include the right to dignity. You can't take that away even from a prisoner. Life, freedom and security of the person, and to be detained in conditions that are consistent with human dignity, which include opportunities for exercise and the provision of, at state expense, of adequate accommodation, nutrition, material, and medical treatment. So that's what the South African Constitutional Court said about the rights that apply in South Africa, but other countries in the region should also look at it, that all the rights apply. You can only limit those rights if it's justifiable, where it's justifiable to limit it. So you'd limit their rights to movement or to communication with the outside because you can justify that. But you can't limit rights to dignity, to life, to freedom and security of the person, and the right to be detained in circumstances that are consistent, conditions that are consistent with human dignity. So that's what the Constitutional Court has said about the rights of inmates in South Africa. And because there's reference to torture, I've then said that's why all SADC states except Tanzania and Zimbabwe have signed the UN Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. It's one of the treaties that most states in the world have ratified. And Tanzania and Zimbabwe are not just the only countries in SADC that haven't ratified the treaty. They are also the only countries in the whole of Africa that haven't ratified it. And there's a number of states that haven't, a number of the Pacific Island states, I'm not sure why, haven't ratified, but some of the more significant states not to have ratified are India, Iran, Malaysia, North Korea, and Myanmar. If we can do next slide. Again, from the Sonke case on torture. The Constitutional Court said, and that's paragraph 64, it's notable further that the prohibition against torture has been recognized as a peremptory norm of customary international law, meaning that it has, quote, a higher rank in the international hierarchy than treaty law, and that the principle at issue cannot be derogated from by states through international treaties or local or special customs or even general customary rules not endowed with the same normative force. So what the Constitutional Court was saying there as far as view, but again, I think something that the region should take note of, that the law against torture was a higher rank, a higher principle. You can't allow torture in your countries. And torture, remember, is defined as something that the state does. If we can do next slide. Now, this is then another element. Prisons are secure facilities. They're not ordinary places. Convicted prisoners have been found guilty of committing an offense, and the court has determined that the appropriate sentence is imprisonment. It's imposed to both punish them, but also to rehabilitate them so that they can go back into society. And one of the issues, I mean, I'll touch on it later as well, is the issue of child justice, of children. That's a person who's under the age of 18, but children who have committed crimes. And the one issue is they're children, they're not actually fully, they can't be treated as adults in terms of their intellectual, emotional development. But unless you rehabilitate them, you're going to end up with a human being who might be 17 when they commit a horrible, serious crime. And are they going to, you know, unless you rehabilitate them, you're going to have to keep them in prison for the rest of their lives. And that's why rehabilitation becomes particularly so important, because you can't keep people forever. And particularly with our budgets and issues, we can't keep people in prison indefinitely. Now, so the first is that, you know, it's a punishment and it's for rehabilitation, but also many of the inmates of a prison have committed serious crimes, and they may want to continue participating in the commission of crimes or ensure that people who have aggrieved them are punished. So you've got the problem that you need to be careful about is somebody's been convicted, sentenced to imprisonment, but they still have their gang networks outside and they want to communicate with those people and commission more crimes so that they can make more money and give directions. Or they want to ensure that people who had them sentenced to prison are dealt with for doing that. So security in prisons is a very important issue. If we can do next slide. So you can't have free access to prisons. There's also a lot of smuggling that takes place. And as I said, instructions given for the commission of crimes outside the prison walls. So smuggling can be very lucrative. It can be smuggling of contraband, the normal products that you're not allowed in prison. And because they're not really available, it becomes, people will pay more for them. You can also have smuggling of weapons, which is very dangerous because it can mean that the prisoners can revolt, can try and take over the prison. And often warders may collude, or some warders may collude with this. From my experience, I don't know if it's changed. I was an inmate of Pietermaritzburg New Prison during the state of emergency. The warders, for a shortish period, or 2 shortish periods, the warders, you wonder about, well, they just sit watching the prisoners. So they must get extremely bored. And if you're bored, you can start looking at doing things that you shouldn't do. But anyway, there are problems that one has to watch in some facilities with warders being involved in the commission of offenses, like allowing contrabands in, or just taking their frustrations out on inmates. If we can do the next slide. So I then raise the question, why does oversight need to be conducted on prisons? And I've come up with 2 main reasons. The one is to monitor the treatment of inmates. As I said, they're human beings, but they're also hidden from society. So if you don't shine a spotlight on what is happening, then bad things can happen, to quote somebody else. And then secondly, to monitor public expenditure. Because money is spent on correctional facilities, for food, all those kinds of things, and one needs to, you as parliamentarians need to monitor that. The manner in which oversight is conducted is a bit different to other forms of oversight because prisons have restricted access to prevent the flow of contraband, as I mentioned, and to prevent communication. But because the access is restricted, it's more possible for officials who've done bad things to treat prisoners badly or torture them and to cover it up. So if they beat up a inmate, a prisoner, they can keep the prisoner somewhere where nobody can hear about it until that prisoner, their wounds heal. So you need to be performing oversight because it's difficult to know what's going on in the prisons. Okay, next slide. Now, in conducting oversight, the relationship between the officials and the persons conducting oversight is an important one. People conducting oversight needs to ensure that nothing is hidden from them. So you're coming to a prison to conduct oversight. They know you're coming, and they may try and make things different to what they would normally be like. When I was in Parliament and in the executive, I would prefer to do oversight, unannounced oversight, where they don't know you're coming. You just arrive at the court, because if you tell them they're coming, then it's going to be a different court that you see. But it's difficult to do an unannounced visit to a prison because it is a secure facility. They have to take precautions to protect you, those kinds of things. But at the same time, if one's conducting regular oversight, you're not going to get particularly far if you just have a conflictual relationship with the prison warders, the prison officials. They will then look at how they block you. And it's quite interesting with the inspecting judges that we've had, who've been Constitutional Court, the current and the previous one, Constitutional Court judges, retired judges, quite critical of the state and government. But actually, I've noticed that they actually seem, from where I'm standing, to have quite a constructive relationship with correctional services officials. And I think they found that they need that in order to be able to get results. Next slide, please. Now, there's different ways that oversight can be conducted. According to one of the documents produced for this meeting, almost all states have laws which provide for judicial officers and MPs to visit prisons. And in Francophone and Lusophone countries, this includes prosecutors. Most states have an ombudsman or national human rights institution who also conduct prison oversight visits to the prisons. So, yeah, I mean, just though to say, before democracy in South Africa, in the Internal Security Act, the repressive legislation, and the state of emergency regulations, there was provision that magistrates could visit prisons. And they did. And when I was in detention, a magistrate would come round. But nobody actually was interested in this magistrate because we all knew that whatever you told them, they were not going to do anything with it. I mean, that was an apartheid magistrate. I mean, he would see us look through the rails. But so you need to ensure that the people who are conducting this oversight are people who are independent, who are going to take up issues. I note that the issue of prosecutors, I think in the Anglophone countries, where the prosecutors are part of the system, that wouldn't work with prosecutors visiting prisons. In South Africa, as I'd mentioned, we have the Judicial Inspectorate of Corrections, which is headed by a judge or a retired judge. And that's provided for in our Correctional Services Act. The issue in the case that I've read extracts from of Sonke Gender Justice versus the President of South Africa, the Constitutional Court recognized that the Judicial Inspectorate needed to be independent of the Department of Correctional Services. And that is quite crucial when one looks at, you know, a lot of, also on the legislation, a lot of states in the region seem to have oversight performed by ministries. But it is crucial there is also independent oversight that is performed, because governments can, or departments can try and cover up. The optional protocol on the Convention Against Torture provides for a monitoring mechanism over places where people are detained. So those SADC countries that have ratified the OPCAT should have a national preventative mechanism as provided for in the optional protocol. And that national preventative mechanism in terms of the optional protocol needs to be independent. I think the countries that have signed, look, the optional protocol has come later, but I think it is Mauritius, South Africa, and Mozambique that have ratified the optional protocol. But it is a good thing we ratified it as South Africa only a couple of years ago. I think it is a very good thing. It's something I would encourage colleagues from other states in the region to raise with your governments about ratifying the optional protocol, because it does provide for a mechanism to monitor places of detention. So it's obviously correctional facilities, but also other places, police cells, those a whole range of places where people are kept, are deprived of their liberty. If we can do next slide, please. And yeah, they are dedicated to, the optional protocol is dedicated to establishing a system of regular correctional facility oversight as a means to prevent torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment in correctional centers. It recognizes the fact that the powerlessness of the victim has been found to be a defining prerequisite for torture. So you can't torture someone unless they are powerless. And correctional centers where incarcerated persons are almost entirely reliant on those overseeing them are one of the more extreme examples of human powerlessness. So that's again from the case I mentioned earlier, the Sonke Gender Justice case. But recognizing the importance of or the vulnerability of people in prisons. We can do next slide. Now, I raised the issue of who should be given access. Because prisons can be a focal point for crime, you need to be careful who you give access to visit prisons. You need to make sure that the visitors conducting oversight will not be accessories in the commission of crimes. Now, it's accepted that MPs, public representatives, should have access to the prisons. But let us not forget that whilst we use the title honorable members, that MPs are effectively politicians, and you politic in parliament. So what you do, whether it's what you're going to do may depend on what your party is telling you to do. And if your party says, look, you must avoid this area or not say anything about this area, you may not want to, but you may feel, look, if I want to continue being in this party, I must comply. So I think when we look at the issue of MPs conducting oversight over prisons, we need to look also at the worst case scenario where you could have MPs who are, I mean, only one or two, but you could have, who are susceptible to issues of crime. So you can't stop an MP assigned by their party to the parliamentary committee that conducts prison oversight, but you can make sure that any collusion they could have in the commission of crimes is limited. Next slide, please. You also need to look at the safety of monitors. You don't want a situation where MPs, judges, magistrates go to a correctional facility and then they get taken hostage by the prisoners, by the inmates, who say, we're not releasing these important people until you do A, B, C, or D. So you've got to make sure that there's adequate security and that contraband is not passed on. As I raise here, the main focus, I feel, might be wrong, that the main focus should be on sentenced prisoners because they are the people who are stuck in the correctional facility. The awaiting trial inmates will be having regular contact with their lawyers. They will be going to court regularly. But the awaiting trial ones the sentenced ones are the ones who've got no access. We can do next slide. Then you also need to look at oversight over prison expenditure. And this can be done by the relevant parliamentary portfolio committee or the public accounts committee. And you need to look at how money has been spent. And the department will come and explain to you in parliament. But you also need to go into facilities yourselves to see how the programs, they say they've spent so much money on prison renovations. Okay, where have they been renovating prisons? And you need to go and look and see how those renovations are. Because as the prisons are closed, it's easier for corruption or maladministration to take place because there's no spotlight on it. And then you were talking earlier about public-private partnerships. I don't know if you have them for prisons in other SADC countries. In South Africa, we do have a few. You may have heard about them because the records have not been that positive. But it's also an issue that you need to look at. And having a public-private partnership over a prison doesn't mean that there won't be problems. This is the last slide, and it was just some broader issues that I wanted to raise. And that is like who's put in prison. And that people should not be imprisoned because they're poor. We need to ensure in all our countries that people are not in prison because they can't afford to pay the fine. And that means if you're rich, you won't go to prison. So often the court will say you're sentenced to, it would be rands, 10,000 rand or 6 months in prison. And the poorer person hasn't got the 10,000 rand, so they go to prison. The richer person can pay the 10,000 rand. Is that correct? Is that right, that if you've got the money, that you should be able to pay a fine? Then you also need to look at what are you sentencing prisoners to prison for. You know, we shouldn't be sending people to prison because they stole something because they wanted something to eat, or they were smoking cannabis, dacha, marijuana. What is the point of that? You know, I always would think, and then the next one is that because they're awaiting trial, but they don't have a fixed address, or they can't pay bail, but the offense is a minor one. So I know in South Africa, our courts often don't want to release a person on bail if they live in an informal settlement and they've got no fixed address. But the case that they've been charged with, if they're found guilty, actually they're unlikely to go to prison for that case, but yet they're being held awaiting custody. So we have found in South Africa that, well, I personally feel that there's a number of awaiting trial prisoners who should not be sitting in prison, who got bail, but they can't afford to pay it. But the case is so minor, all those kinds of things. And then lastly, the imprisonment of children should only be done as a measure of last resort. In South Africa, we have a specific law, the Child Justice Act, on children in trouble with the justice system. We try and keep children, that's a person under the age of 18, out of correctional facilities, prisons as much as possible. We have substantially reduced the number of children in prisons. But it is this issue of you've got to be careful about putting people in prisons. You're likely to brutalize them. They're likely to come out. We can talk about rehabilitation, but they're likely to come out a lot worse than when they went in, as far as being involved in commission of crimes. So, Chair, that's my presentation. Do you want questions now, or do you want to proceed? You want to proceed? Cool. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you. So the instruction that I'd gone, thanks again, John. The instruction that I've just gone from the chairperson, and she will speak on this on her own, is that perhaps we break now, because we had a video that sort of supports what John has just been speaking about. It's only just about 20 minutes, and then go into the question. But I think the chairperson has an instruction on, in terms of how do we move forward.
Yeah.
Muito obrigada, senhor moderador. Nós estamos aqui com um problema. Devido ao atraso que nós tivemos no início dos nossos trabalhos, nós teríamos fazer a pausa para o almoço às 13 horas, porque o almoço encerra às 14. Se nós não fazermos a pausa agora, o vídeo tem a duração de 20 minutos, nós estaríamos disponíveis para ir para o almoço somente por volta das 13h30. Se estivermos dispostos a isso, nós iríamos, mas eu sou da opinião que devíamos fazer a pausa agora, iríamos ao almoço e às 14 horas em ponto estaríamos aqui para retomar os nossos trabalhos, e aí então teríamos a apresentação do vídeo e continuação dos trabalhos. Queria ouvir a vossa opinião, por favor. Por favor, colega da África do Sul.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that it's time for lunch, but I wanted us to perhaps ask some question from the presenter, you know, the former minister, regarding his presentation, which was indeed a panache, you know, but we need to ask a question, I must say, even if it's after lunch, you know, whatever minutes you're going to give to us, because there's really critical issues, which perhaps in terms of these inmates, you know, we used to call them prisoners. Some of us were once prisoners anyway, but I wanted us to interrogate him on that. Thank you.
Não, o programa prevê precisamente isso. Nós vamos ter a apresentação do vídeo e depois da apresentação do vídeo temos o debate das questões, tanto da apresentação como do vídeo. Portanto, pode ter a certeza que teremos este debate. Mas a questão agora é que nós temos pouco tempo para o almoço. Vamos então fazer a pausa, se estivermos todos de acordo. Se acharem que podemos já apresentar o vídeo e à 1h30 sairmos daqui para o almoço, também podemos fazer isso. Não sei. Mas corremos o risco depois de encontrarmos o almoço já revirado e as pessoas, os trabalhadores a quererem retirar a mesa. Portanto, penso que de facto devíamos fazer aqui a pausa e às 14 horas estarmos aqui pontualmente. Eu ia apelar de facto para estarmos aqui às 14 horas. Muito obrigado.
For 7 years plus, I've been living in a traumatic situation.
Because if people understand the type of food, the kind of situation that we put in people in the prison, then they'll understand the need of why we need to take action.
We have to have a system, with the policies, procedures that ensures we visit the prisons, because it is
Prezados colegas, boa tarde a todos. Eu penso que já demos alguns minutos para reiniciarmos os trabalhos depois do almoço. Vamos então continuar os nossos trabalhos e vamos dar a palavra ao senhor Melusi Semelane para apresentar o vídeo feito por juízes de toda a região sobre a importância da fiscalização das unidades prisionais. Faz favor, senhor Melusi.
Obrigado, El Presenter. Good afternoon again. To just briefly introduce this video, in 2022, June or around July, we brought together African judges for what is known as the Africa Regional Judges Forum. We usually discuss a variety of issues. And in 2022, the judges decided, in collaboration with ourselves, the UNDP, the Dula Ama, and other institutions that we've worked with before, to have a conversation around this very issue of prisons oversight. So we thought it might be important that we play this video because it also touches on what John was just talking about before lunch. So I hope from this video we can take some insights that will then, with the chairperson's permission, lead us into the Q&A session. Please enjoy the video. Well, take notes from the video, not enjoy. Thank you.
For 7 years plus, I've been living in a traumatic situation.
Because if people understand the type of food, the kind of situation that we put in people in the prison, then they'll understand the need of why we need to take action.
We have to have a system, with the policies, procedures that ensures we visit the prisons, because it is fundamental. The fact that we've sentenced them doesn't mean we've ended our duty towards them. We have to go back into those systems, assess how they're living, whether their cases need review or issues have changed, and also just basically ensure that their basic human rights are being upheld.
Within the first 2 weeks of his being convicted and he's going into prison, he was denied food because someone wanted to have sex with him.
I witnessed people dying on a queue in a prison cell.
But unfortunately, before the release order could be issued, the young man died. So that, I think, is one of the cases that has stayed with me for quite a while.
That the death penalty does not inhibit capital crimes. That is established with absolute clarity from every bit of empirical evidence over the last 100 years. The system of mass incarceration has only existed for about the last 200 years. Before that, there was never mass incarceration in Africa. Before that, people were expelled from the village or they were sent away. They were given community-based punishments. Sometimes the death penalty was used. But the two things that we know are, firstly, that the death penalty does not inhibit capital crimes. That is established with absolute clarity from every bit of empirical evidence over the last 100 years. So if there were evidence that the death penalty saved lives, I would have a different approach. I'd say it's a terrible thing. But, you know, let us consider But we know with absolute clarity based on empirical studies that the death penalty has no consequence.
Well, if you look at the judiciary, you look at it as a company. And as a company, its major profit is to see how many people have been convicted. And they are living up to that, because as I was checking the population in the prisons yesterday, it's actually at 15,000. So it's actually more than doubled. In terms of the overcrowding rates, yes, the average was about 260, but now we're going to about 270, 275, which is not helping matters.
I've had the opportunity to be part of the judiciary for the past 29 or so years. Started off as a magistrate, so went through all the ranks. There are some instances where from other areas there is incarceration for excessively long periods for people who have not yet been tried, who are on remand. And I thought probably sharing the best practice from the Zimbabwean side. We have an inspectorate team, a system in place for prison visits. Magistrates do it regularly. You can conduct an impromptu, unannounced visit, and you are free to check in every corner, every place to see, and also to interact with the inmates as regards their welfare and their well-being, even the prison officers. You can talk to the inmates freely with them, giving their issues.
In 2006, I was arrested and taken into prison on charges of murder. And I stayed there for a period of 7 years and a half without trial.
So even for repeat offenders, yes, the law says that you should take them into prison. But they're repeating or they're reoffending for various other reasons, which I think we need to start interrogating at this point. Because someone repeatedly steals a bar of soap, or someone repeatedly steals a few cobs of maize because they're hungry. You call that person a repeat offender? So those are the questions I think we need to ask.
The second thing we know, this is more important even for us, is that long sentences do not deter crime. Now in South Africa, when the new democracy came in 1994, Parliament, the governing party, the new democratic elite wanted to be seen to be doing something. And what they did was to increase sentences, to make bail more difficult, to increase the jurisdiction of the lower courts, and radically to increase the number of offences for which the life sentences were possible. 1995, South Africa has 400 people serving sentences of life.
We had a decision in Malawi, which was rendered by the Constitutional Court, and which found that the conditions in prisons in Malawi were inhumane, and that their living conditions were a violation of their rights. So following that, we started making efforts as an inspectorate to ensure that the rights of the prisoners are respected.
The conversation about prisoners' rights has been revolutionary, but we have omitted one aspect, and that is children in prisons. Now, these are often not talked about because children by law are not supposed to be in prison, but that doesn't mean in practice they are not there. So in many instances, you find that because in many of our countries, death registration is not compulsory or it's not done. So when a child is picked up by the police, it's very difficult for them to prove how old they are. And normally police prosecutors don't want to go through the process of taking a child through a child trial, and so they'll ask the child to say they are over 18 with promises that if you say you're over 18, you'll be out in 20 minutes. But the next thing, the child finds themselves being sentenced as an adult and being sent to adult prisons.
Now, we as judges don't deal in the metaphysics of evil, we deal with the practicalities of evil. But there are some people who are so violent that they have to be locked up for the rest of their natural lives. That does occur, it's rare. Having said all of that, having said why I believe in imprisonment, I think that we in Southern Africa do it wrongly, we do it excessively, and we, as I say to South African audiences, we are so busy trying not to drown that we're not learning to swim. And we can learn to swim by reordering our criminal justice system. Why do we have prison inspectorates? We are morally responsible for the population of prisons, so we must know about it.
When we talk about prisoners' rights, we also need to understand the context in which our prisons are in respect to issues of congestion. When we look at the jurisprudence that has developed around the continent, where different jurisdictions, judges have talked about how our prisons are bad and congested, and in particular I'll speak about Malawi, where we have a very progressive judgment where the court actually said that the conditions in the Malawi prisons amount to torture, cruel and inhuman treatment. And that judgment was a judgment of 2007. But now when you look back, you find that the prisons are as bad as when the court gave the judgment, and even worse than they were then. And the big question is, what are we doing to ensure that we decongest our prisons? If we understand prisons in the context that what happens in prison affects us all, because if we have congested prisons, we are creating a situation where various diseases, including TB, incubate in the prisons, and they are widespread in the prisons. And the people that are in the prisons, they eventually come out, they join us in the communities, and the diseases that they take in the prison, you find that they're also transmitting in our communities.
In life, I conclude to say prisons conditions, mainly in our country, is more or less to say the death trap. The death trap in what way? Life in prison is miserable. Due to congestion, life is not easy, and even the diet itself is not that nutritional enough that can keep the human being. The sanitary part of it also contributes early deaths in such a way that there is no environment which can accommodate somebody who is suffering chronically ill diseases.
There is also need to build more prisons to cater for people with their needs. We realize that those affected, for example, those with TB or contagious diseases, are housed in the same place with other inmates who are not suffering from the contagious diseases. There is need for facilities to be availed, rooms for proper isolation and medical facilities to be provided. Efforts are being made, but more can be done to ensure that there is no violation of those inmates' rights.
And when I think about prisoner rights and how we as countries, especially in Southern Africa, are doing it, is the inability for us to work holistically. I think you cannot do prisoner rights without taking into consideration the amount of needs that they need, because of the fact that they're incarcerated and they're not able to get to those things by themselves. And as such, although judiciaries are the ones who sentence them to those prisons, but the fact is states are the ones who are accountable and responsible for them whilst they're in those prisons. So the right to health, the right to education, the right to sanitary spaces, even the right to clothes, the right to food, are very fundamental for them. And in order for us to ensure that that is done, judiciaries themselves have to ensure that the laws and the standards and the policies are being implemented. We have to have a system, with the policies, procedures that ensures we visit the prisons, because it is fundamental. The fact that we've sentenced them doesn't mean we've ended our duty towards them. We have to go back into those systems, assess how they're living, whether their cases need review or issues have changed, and also just basically ensure that their basic human rights are being upheld.
I once found 3 boys in a prison in northern Malawi who had been there for over 9 months. These were students in Form 4, where they write their school leaving exams. They had missed their exams. They were in very congested and terrible conditions. And, you know, I had to constitute as a court right there and then to grant them bail and to order to give them unconditional release.
Sometimes you go into prison and you find undocumented prisoners who have overstayed there, and you're like, why are you here? Maybe on a homicide charge or on whatever charge, or they don't even know why they're in prison. And you check with the other agencies, they don't even have a file, they don't have anything. It's like this person was just dumped in prison. So in my time when I used to visit the prisons, I would release such prisoners. And sometimes we also had what we call camp courts, where I would go to prison and set up a court in prison. You'd have the state attorneys, you'd have the legal aid, you have the NGOs, several stakeholders would be there, and you deal with prisoner by prisoner, and then when, depending on what you find out from, you either release on bail or you discharge that prisoner. I mean, you have a prisoner who have stayed maybe over 5 years in prison, undocumented, and is appearing before you. Yes, the legal aid is saying we apply for bail, but in that case, to me, bail will not serve a purpose, because this person is undocumented. There's no case record. So I just discharge these persons and say, I've discharged this case. When the prosecution is ready, they can come back and prosecute this person.
I personally affected with the time when I was in prison, and I believe this will affect the entire of my life in such a way that for 7 years plus, I've been living in a traumatic situation. And this sometimes, even as I'm out today, comes into my mind. Because the time when I was in prison, a lot of things happened. As I've already alluded to, I witnessed people dying on a queue in a prison cell. I witnessed people dying in a queue as we were trying to fight for food. I witnessed a number of situations which always come into my mind and left me with trauma. And to the nation, the situation in prison is not that good for a human being. And it is to my pleasure to the lawmaker and to the judges, even the magistrates, to take into consideration when imposing sentences. Even the state itself, when arresting, they should make thorough investigations, not just taking somebody behind bars on mere speculations or assumptions.
We visited a prison in Lilongwe where we found this young man. This young man had stolen a cell phone and was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Within the first 2 weeks of his being convicted and he's going into prison, he was denied food because someone wanted to have sex with him. So he was denied food for 2 weeks, after which he was forced to have sex, and then he was basically raped. So he then contracted AIDS. He was ignored because the treatment was left to his, or rather taking care of, his care was left to his fellow inmates, who also grew tired. And at that time, there were also all these apprehensions about HIV, so people were afraid to take care of him. When we went to that prison, I found him in a corner. He was naked. He didn't have any clothes. It was just a blanket covering him, and it was just a small blanket. He was all bones, and basically he was on his dying bed. We did make a recommendation immediately that he should be considered for release, but unfortunately before the release order could be issued, the young man died. So that, I think, is one of the cases that has stayed with me for quite a while. This is also besides now the conditions that the inmates in Malawi sleep in, because literally they have got only a space of 30 centimeters to sleep. So when they lie down, they don't have an opportunity to turn. In some prisons, the prisoners don't even have the space to sleep. So they either sleep whilst standing or they find a place to sit down. So that is also something that gets stuck with me.
There are a lot of stakeholders in the criminal justice system, and each one of us must play their role. Because you go to the prisons, I mean, the courts can do what they can, but there's still some stakeholder somewhere who needs to also play their part.
I think it's a misdirected question to ask us as judges, what are we doing?
Prisons should be thought of as spaces that we ourselves can find ourselves in. But the fact is, states are the ones who are accountable and responsible for them whilst they're in those prisons.
Remember that people go to prison as punishment, but not to be punished.
Thank you. Thank you again. I hope that was captivating enough for us to go through to the next session, which is through you, Chair. It's going to be the Q&A session. I hope Honorable Skosana is ready for the question. Over to you, Chair. Apologies. We had been told that the chair would do the moderating, so she has granted me the powers to take the first question from the back.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the presentation was well received by everybody here. Anyway, I'm not talking on behalf of everyone. And the video as well. I think what for me was a standout when he says that some prisoners are not supposed to be in jail, and sometimes they keep them as trialists in prisons for years because our judicial system is failing us, especially in this country. I'm not sure about other countries, but I'm going to be very, very open and frank that our judicial system has collapsed. Hence, we are having so many prisoners. We call them inmates in prison. Some of them, they don't deserve to be in prison. Let's be honest. But unfortunately, the system itself, because remember, the system was in 1994, we thought it's one of the, I know some other countries say we've got the best constitution. It's debatable. For me, we don't have. And I know that to the former minister, you know very, very, very well that there should be no one who's sentenced without trial. But in this country, we've seen that done by the apex court. They sentenced you like during the apartheid years. For me, it's painful because I served under solitary confinement, like him, arrested with a state of emergency. And guess what? One of the top legal minds in the country was representing us. I was part of that. When he tried to take me out of jail, he was arrested too. In fact, there were 3 attorneys and 1 advocate. We've seen that after 1994. We've seen that not long ago. It even happens to the head of state, former head of state. He was jailed without trial. They can debate as much as they want. I can tell you now, it was unconstitutionally for the apex courts to have done that. To say, no, we have to punish him because he failed to attend what do you call that? State Capture Commission. Now, coming back to the inmates, it's so expensive to keep prisoners. Let me put it like that. In jail. In fact, they enjoy more rights than innocent people who are outside. The budget for one prisoner a day, it's in. Okay, let me rephrase that. It's unbelievable that the state can spend so much money. At the end of the day, some of them go for free because the courts found them that they are innocent. But after spending some of them 4, 5, 6 years. Worse when it comes to the warders, some warders as well, they are committing crimes. Most of the jails, inmates have got cell phones. Some of them have got 3 of them in a cell. They call people in the evening. And you ask yourself, how so? In this day and age that, they can sneak in cell phones. Some of them, they are even richer than us who are outside jail. They are conducting business in jail. Now, it looks nice, when we talk about these issues, because we are sitting here. But the real issue, you go and visit those, as you said. I mean, as a member of parliament, I visited few of them. I go there unannounced, as you said in your presentation. Because when you tell them that we are coming, you'll find everything well prepared. But if you go unannounced, you will see for yourself. I mean, I think everybody knows there's a story which happened at CIMEX prison in our country. CIMEX is like an apex court. When you are in CIMEX, For you to escape is not easy. But guess what? Mate escaped from CIMEX. That tells you that we have a problem. Now, for me, from where I'm sitting, I've seen some other prisons around the world. Some of them, you know, because of those, you go to Switzerland. You know, you go to Switzerland. It's a different ball game. You know, prisoners there are treated like a middle class in South Africa. Now, the sooner we change and amend some of these regulations and policies, the better. Because as things stand now, I can tell you, some of our officials are rotten to the core. You won't believe that some prisoners, you know, not long ago, I think 6 years ago, 6 years ago, some prisoners were breaking. They are even sending videos. They say some weekends they go home on Fridays. They come back on Sunday evening. It looks like it's a horror movie, but it's a reality. And we are hiding those things, but it's a reality. There's gangs, there's boss in those prisons who lives a luxury life. They are well looked after by some of the corrupt officials in these prisons. But as well as I said earlier, our judiciary is not helping as well. Because there's a lot of innocent people and they're being mixed with hardcore criminals. Some of them, the youth, some of them are breaking. They say, I want to be arrested because I'll have a meal, I'll have breakfast, I'll have lunch, I'll have dinner, and I'll study in jail. Because, you know, in the past, there was hard labor. Now there's no hard labor. There's this so-called, what do you call it? They call it, we call it a democratic society. You've got rights. You've got these so-called rights. Prisoners, some of it's not a nice thing to be in prison. That I can tell you now. But some of them, they say it's better off to be in prison than to be outside. Because when you're outside, you'll be starving. But when you're in jail, you'll get all the things you want. Education, you know, skills, you know. But let me contextualize by saying there's a lot to be done. I'm not sure about my counterparts, but in South Africa, as I said, I'm giving you this blink picture. I know that I might not be, it's not a popular statement, but let's talk the truth here. Let's speak the truth here. Thank you.
Thanks. The chairperson was just saying we need to get the people on the video to talk more about the issues they were talking about. I'll just highlight that two of the justices that are on the video are in the other committee rooms, so you could perhaps see them during tea break or during the course of tomorrow and any other day. I'm sure, John, you have taken that point. I will take two more, and also, can this be a sort of a discussion, because from this we are going to go into another short, I promise this one is short, it's a short video, it's just 7 minutes, that actually demonstrate how a prison oversight or a prison visit can be done. So over to you, Honorable Member.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Moi, c'est l'honorable Célestin Ikoto du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo. J'interviens parce que le sujet est intéressant. J'avais d'abord une observation à l'orateur du jour. Lorsqu'on vient dans une conférence pareille, vous parlez des conditions d'incarcération, il fallait peut-être, à mon avis, faire une étude comparative de tous les pays membres de la SADC. Je crois que dans tous les pays,
vous avez des structures, des ONG qui s'occupent des droits de l'homme. Et vous pouvez avoir des informations là-dessus. Parlons par exemple de la République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez aujourd'hui et hier, quelqu'un pouvait faire 5 ans en prison pour avoir volé une batterie d'un véhicule. Parce qu'il était chauffeur des magistrats qui se croient être au-dessus de la loi. Il pouvait mettre son chauffeur 5 ans en prison sans être jugé. Et je crois qu'avec l'avènement d'un nouveau ministre de la Justice, qui est aussi député national, qui est en train de réformer les choses. Mais sinon, c'est important d'en parler. Aujourd'hui, vous avez des enfants en conflit avec la loi. Un enfant qui a volé, par exemple, un téléphone, qu'on met en prison, qu'on ne s'est pas présenté devant un juge naturel pour qu'il soit jugé. Et pour des faits, ça on appelle en droit des faits bénins. Quelqu'un peut faire 2 ans comme ça pour avoir volé un téléphone, pour des faits bénins. Et un enfant, vous le mettez en prison dans ces conditions-là, environnementales, où l'environnement n'est pas bon. Et quand il sort, c'est avec des maladies. Je crois que c'est important qu'on en parle au niveau de la SADC et en avoir une loi type sur cette question d'incarcération qui ne respecte pas les droits de l'homme, les droits environnementaux, l'environnement, même les droits aux santé, parce que même si les prisonniers ont droit, ont des droits, mais aussi les juges ont une part des responsabilités. J'ai dit merci.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Francis Piso, Member of Parliament from Malawi. I have 3 questions. I'll go straight to the questions following the presentation of the former Deputy Minister of Justice. The first question is to do with in his presentation, he indicated that Zimbabwe and Tanzania has not signed a United Nations treaty to do with torture to do with torture. I just want to find out why is it so, whether he has managed to find out why Zimbabwe and Tanzania has not yet signed. The other question is, he said that there are cases whereby people are sent to prison because they have failed to pay a fine. I was expecting the presenter to indicate what should be the solution there when one has got no fine, and in the Constitution maybe it says you have to save maybe 5 years imprisonment or pay a particular amount of fine. So in that scenario, what can be done? And the other issue, the former Deputy Minister said there are cases whereby people are arrested because they stop just because they wanted to get food or smoking cannabis. There again, I wanted to find out what can be the solutions. Finally, it's just a comment. I really agree that there are some cases where people are sent to prison on petty issues, like stealing chicken, stealing men's corpse. There was a time when there was a community, people were sentenced to go and do community work in my country. Sometime 20, 15 years ago, there was that arrangement, but I no longer hear about it now. I don't know what can be done, because this can be one way of decongesting our prisons. But of course, it comes with a challenge whereby if one has been sent to do a community work, there should be a mechanism to ensure that indeed that person is doing the community work and who is going to monitor it. So I thought one of the answer to congest our prison can be by sending the people to do the community work and on the inhuman which is happening in the prisons. For example, in my country, most of the pictures were from Malawi prison. And there is an excuse whereby in our case, in most prisons, they have one meal in a day, just a single meal. If you ask them, they will agree that yes, they were supposed to have breakfast, lunch, and supper, but the funding is not enough. And maybe SADC PF should come up with a clear policies. It's high time these prisons should be self-independent. They should be able to produce their own food, and also they should be able to generate funds to run the prisons. In short, Honorable Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will hand back to you, John. Can I just say that in the room we also do have Professor. Oh, sorry.
Eu queria aqui também expor, eu estava a ouvir o senhor John Jeffrey e o que nós observamos que os problemas que ele estava aqui a referir, no fundo, são os problemas que nós vivemos em Angola. Portanto, me parece que aqui as questões são muito similares nas nossas realidades. E não me admira, de facto, que tenhamos que fazer uma lei modelo para que possamos, então, evitar que as situações que foram aqui relatadas, tanto na apresentação como no vídeo dos juízes, comecem a ser evitadas para termos melhores condições. Há uma realidade em Angola que falar em visitar cadeias é um tabu. Eu aqui que vos falo, no Parlamento angolano sou presidente da Comissão de Defesa, Segurança, Ordem Interna, Antigos Combatentes e Veteranos da Pátria. Eu estou há 2 anos e meio nesta função e já tentamos visitar cadeias e de facto não conseguimos. Algumas vezes, algumas organizações da sociedade civil é que o fazem, mas há uma certa pressão e isso está a ajudar a melhorar o sistema e as condições das cadeias em Angola. Portanto, me parece que de facto aqui nós temos que dar o braço a torcer e chegar à conclusão que de facto temos ainda muitos problemas. Acredito que isso tem a ver com o facto de nós herdarmos um pouco o sistema prisional dos países que nos colonizaram, a forma como eram tratados os presos pelos países colonizadores. Nós ainda não conseguimos despir aquilo que nós trazemos do sistema colonial, do sistema colonial. Então é preciso de facto nós criarmos normas que ajudem a evitar os problemas que nós temos, os problemas dos direitos humanos, os problemas de sobrepopulação nas cadeias, os problemas de má alimentação nas cadeias, os problemas de direitos humanos no geral que nós encontramos nas nossas cadeias. Portanto, era isso que eu também queria, a título de contribuição aqui em relação à apresentação feita e os discursos e o vídeo que foi aqui transmitido. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Presidente. Thanks again, everyone. Honorable members, sorry for saying everyone. I was just going to say that we also have Professor Lucas Manton from the Dollar Uma Institute, whom we are collaborating with the SADC PF and Southern Africa Litigation Center. So as I give the questions to you, John, I will also invite you, Prof, to also contribute to the conversation. Thanks.
I must go first, or oh, okay. No, thanks, thanks, honourable members, for the questions. Honourable Skosana, who has stepped out, he and I are not from the same political party, and I don't think it's correct for me as a former MP to expose the SADC Parliamentary Forum to a debate between South African parties. So a lot of his comments I'm not going to respond to. I don't think it's the appropriate place. But I would agree with him, there are a lot of problems. And I'll come back to those. Yeah, I mean, Honorable Ekoto was raising issues around the criminalization of poverty and what else could be done, and I think those are important questions. Honorable Piso had more specific questions. The issue of why Zimbabwe and Tanzania have not ratified the Convention Against Torture. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. I think they are represented here, and you'd need to ask members of Parliament from there. I don't want to speculate. The issue of imprisonment or a fine, yes, that's what's in our laws. But the problem is it can become unfair if it can mean that the rich person can pay the fine. Maybe they'd be fined more than a poorer person, but the poorer person doesn't have the money, and so they go to jail. I think it's more of an issue that the courts should be looking at when they impose sentences. So I think it's something for the judicial officers, but it also could be an issue for parliaments to give guidance to the court in legislation, in laws, as to what should be done. We do have a problem, I think all of us, in terms of public want punishments. You heard Justice Cameron talking about, since we've had minimum sentences, how there are more and more people serving life imprisonment in correctional facilities, in prisons. Now that is because, okay, the minimum sentences started in South Africa when it came to rape crimes, because the perception from the Democratic Parliament was that many of the male magistrates and judges were not seeing the seriousness of rape enough. So minimum sentence started being imposed, but we've been increasing it substantially. And we've been increasing it as Parliament in response to public demands that something must be done. But then you end up with a larger population in correctional facilities. The issue of food, the problems with food, well, you know, maybe I'm not a corrections expert, but maybe more should be done with the facilities in terms of producing their own food. Producing food, you've got people who can work there. You can't have enforced slavery, but I think most inmates, I think, want to do something. They don't want to be sitting doing nothing. It's boring. And so to look at agricultural facilities at the facilities. Professor Munting was raising with me earlier about some problem with some some pigs that were in a bad condition at the facility. He can speak about it, but I understand that the problem was not the facility itself, it was the bureaucracy within. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't the bureaucracy. It was some equipment for the slaughter of pigs having broken down, and so the pigs were not being slaughtered, and there were then too many pigs, and then there wasn't enough to feed them with, and that. But he can speak to that. But that to me is more of a bureaucratic problem. But anyway, I think maybe more can be done around that. The issue was raised on the question of diversion. This would particularly apply to children. In our Child Justice Act, we try and keep children out of jail for particularly less serious offences. The way they are dealt with is, and it's in the law, is that they are diverted. They are sent on a program. They're sent to do something, work at the this or that facility, the library, whatever, for a certain number of hours. And their prosecution is deferred, which means it doesn't proceed, but it's not withdrawn whilst they do this. And once they've done it, there will then be a report to the court saying, no, this person has complied with us. We're withdrawing the charges. It's over. And the idea of those diversions is alternative sentences. But I do think we've got to look at more alternative sentencing in our communities, which obviously also would have to probably be policed by the communities as alternatives to imprisonment or even going through the criminal justice system. So diversion is good. Of the person is charged. You're not just releasing them, but you're saying, go and do this program, certain number of hours in this place. When the person comes back to report that you've done it, we will permanently withdraw the charges, that kind of thing. And there's no reason why it only has to be done for children. It can also be done for adults. And you don't even need a law for that to happen. It has happened a bit in South Africa, but not enough. So, Honorable Skosana, you had to walk out, you had to leave when I was responding, but I was saying, look, I don't want to get into a lot of the issues you're raising are things for political debate. I don't think it's appropriate for yourself and myself to have a political debate in front of other members. So I'm not going to respond to a lot of those, but I think that there are key issues coming out overall. The one issue is that, I mean, in this concept note on page 4, you've got quite a useful summary of the countries. It's the percentage of awaiting trial inmates. And Honorable Skosana, I thought that when I looked at this, that I would see South Africa being number 1. And we are high. We are 38% awaiting trial. 38% of our inmates are awaiting trial. But we're not as high as DRC, which is 70%, according to this. Angola, which is 48.8%, Tanzania, which is 50%. But I think we've got a problem in our countries in the region of people are awaiting trial for too long. And we need to do what we can to improve our systems to make issues be finalized. Because as I said in my input, a person who's awaiting trial is innocent until proven guilty. So I think those are issues that if I can suggest that you could look at as members of parliament. They seem to be across all regions. Namibia I see as 54%, and then even Mauritius is 45%, and they're a small population as an island state. But anyway, I think we've all got to do something about that issue. Yeah, and then I think we've got to look for, I mean, you've got in a sense a vicious circle. You've got people committing crimes. They need to stop committing crimes. So they get sent to jail because the crimes are more serious, let's say. But then there's too many people there and not enough resources. So they don't get rehabilitated. They serve their sentence. They come out again. And then they're more hardened than they were before they went in, and they commit worse crimes. So we've got to break that cycle and look at ways of breaking it, but it's got to be done practically in terms of the resources that we've got in our countries, and we're all short of them. but I do think issues like greater community involvement is something that could assist. But if we just keep shoving people into facilities, into prisons, we're not going to be solving our problem. So, Mr. Smelane, I think that's it for now. I don't know then if you want to hand to Professor Munting.
Thank you, and thank you to the honourable members for this opportunity. I just want to pick up really on one thing, and that's where Honourable Jeffrey raised again towards the end of his response, and that is the awaiting trial population. The awaiting trial population is not an organic and uncontrollable figure. It is something that can be managed, because it is ultimately a court that decides who is remanded to custody. And so if we see a high percentage of prisoners awaiting trial, it tells us that the judicial system is moving too slowly. And that means that we need to go and look at how the courts are functioning. And we need to ask questions about how many hours per day the courts are sitting. And are the correct cases being brought before the courts? And are the bail applications, for example, handled expeditiously? And this is important because if we look at countries where there are high percentages, if we were to say, let's reduce that by half, that would have very significant financial implications. And that must be important to this particular committee. So it is also important to look at how long people are staying in custody before their trial commences. In some jurisdictions, there are requirements that sets a minimum limit that the trial in a district court must start, for example, within 30 days, and high court within 90 days. So there are those type of mechanisms that can be built into the law that can assist. And perhaps then a last point is that the prison population, and this is a lesson we learned in South Africa in a very hard way, the prison population is shaped by sentencing policy. We introduced mandatory minimum sentences, and the number of life imprisonment people increased from 400 in 1994 to nearly 20,000 now. And life imprisonment is life with the option of parole after 25 years. So there are things that parliamentarians can do that are very influential in shaping the size and the profile of the prison population, and also to exercise oversight over the functioning of the executive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, and thank you, John. Honorable member, I don't know if there is any round of questions that you want to go. I just wanted to also highlight to what the chairperson had said earlier around the issue of dealing with mostly these colonial laws that criminalize petty offenses. And I think it's in this room that we can address that. As you've seen on that video, that judges can only do so much. The power lies in this room and by extension to our parliament. So unless there is any round of question, through you, Chair, I would like to go on to the next video, which is promised very short on remembers. It's 7 minutes. Basically, this video is a demonstration of what a prison visit could look like, of what a prison oversight visit could look like. In this video, you will see that a colleague of ours who's based in Malawi, he's actually present also in the other rooms. You can talk to them in the corridors. They went into the room because in Malawi, they've got they've got an oversight mechanism where even civil society forms part of that. So you will see in that video him going into the prisons, talking to the correctional services personnel, sometimes even talking to the inmates, just finding out how the situation is in the incarceration centers. So before we do the video, I just want to say The Secretary Chairperson has highlighted that you do have the assessment form on your portal. So this assessment form, we are just going to briefly talk about it after the video because it's going to also help us see how we could do these sort of prison visits in our own countries. So if you are able to go through the portal quickly to find it, it's called Assessing Places of Detention. It's in your portal. The Secretary has promised me that it is there, but we are going to look through it after this 7-minute video that just demonstrate how other countries do it. Thank you, Joe.
Muito obrigada. Nós terminamos então a segunda sessão que praticamente nos mostrou a necessidade de nós termos uma lei modelo sobre a fiscalização das unidades prisionais. Nós vamos passar agora para a última parte, onde nós vamos poder ouvir experiências dos países em matéria de fiscalização das unidades prisionais, mas antes vamos então passar a palavra ao senhor Melusi para nos apresentar o vídeo e a seguir vamos poder ter a oportunidade de cada um de nós que queira apresentar alguma experiência do seu país. Vamos então? Ok, faz favor.
In Malawi, as in many other parts of the region, prisons face multiple challenges, from overcrowding and inadequate food to poor sanitation and limited access to health care. These realities underscore the importance of regular prison inspections. An inspectorate visit is a key mechanism for monitoring the treatment of prisoners and the conditions of the detention facilities. The inspection team typically begins with an introductory briefing with prison authorities. This sets the tone for a transparent and cooperative process. Inspectors then proceed to assess different sections of the prison. They look at the state of cells, bedding, cleanliness, and access to natural light and ventilation. Food is a crucial area of concern.
We are still using firewood.
Okay. Inspectors evaluate the quality, quantity, and nutritional value of meals served to inmates.
This is the greens. Fresh, yeah? Wow.
Access to health care is also reviewed. Inspectors examine clinic conditions, medication availability, and the ability of staff to handle common illnesses and emergencies.
You have enough stock?
Yes. So now we have got enough stock. Yes.
Where do you keep your stock?
Keep it here.
So this is the way you keep?
Yes.
You don't have a refrigerator?
We don't have a refrigerator, but we have got a cabinet.
A cabinet, okay. So in case you have some drugs that requires a refrigerator, what happens?
They keep it at the stores. You have a refrigerator.
Oh, okay.
A central part of the inspection involves speaking directly with inmates, privately and without fear of reprisal. Their voices offer essential insights into their treatment and well-being. Throughout the visit, findings are documented carefully. Any urgent issues are flagged immediately to the authorities. Before leaving, the team shares preliminary observations with prison leadership, encouraging accountability and highlighting areas for improvement.
This was Choro Prison. This is Inspectorate of Prisons visit. So we start by visiting the officer in charge just to tell us the general situation of the prison on that day. Then after that, we just walk around the areas that we feel that are important. So we go to cells, kitchen, and then we also go to clinic. So we visited the clinic. If you see the clinic, it had no windows, no ventilation, and the drugs were just being powered, which is not the best way of keeping medicine. Medicine that are supposed to be kept in a proper, a safe place. And also, I asked about the refrigeration. The officer in charge said that they do have in the stores, but I doubt if that is true. So they are supposed to have a refrigerator inside the clinic to keep their medicine. You even saw the patients. All those who were down, they were the patients. They were waiting for treatment, but they were just squatting. They don't even have a place to sit. When we visited their cells, at least they were clean. But you should also understand that these prisons in Malawi, they are not meant for female. They are meant for men. So you can see there are a number of facilities that are missing in the prisons. We have babies in the prisons, about 7 of them. That day we found them. They were there. They were mixing with their mothers and adults, prisoners. There's no separation, no place to breastfeed the babies. So it's like the babies that are also treated like they are prisoners because they don't have their own place to start to play. There is no ECD, early childhood education in prisons. So which means that those babies are missing an important stage of development because our prisons are not providing. They're not providing that. And again, you know that women, they use sanitary pads. We don't have a place where we can dispose our sanitary pads, so sometimes they're just piled in the toilets, so it's not hygiene. So this is one of the things that we have observed. I've also observed that there's a lack of legal representation. We have so many women who are on remand. They are waiting for their time to be tried. So it's very difficult on their part. But just to say that I think the situation, the conditions that you have seen here, that are different from the male prison. When you go to male prison, at least here they have a space to sleep, but in the male prison, it's just the conditions are just worse. So after this visit, we go back to the officer in charge. We tell him the problem that we have found, and then we tell them they should improve. On our next visit, we should find that things have changed.
Established under the Constitution, the Prison Inspectorate exists to ensure that conditions in our detention facilities meet basic human rights standards. It operates independently, inspecting, reporting, and recommending reforms. The Inspectorate has the power to visit any prison or police holding cell with or without notice and carry out investigations without interference. They can also question anyone relevant to their inquiries.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. As I had already mentioned, there's just one little document that we would love to share with honorable members, which is just an assessment tool that could be used. As you will have seen, as we've mentioned in Malawi, they do have that institution, or that body rather, that can actually visit the prisons. And I think it's incumbent on all of us going back home to figure out how we do it over and above the development of model law. So basically what we are sharing right now, it is available in your portal. I don't know what it's called. It's called a portal. It is available. It's just something that you could use. It's not for us to tell you that you could use this, but it's just an example of what you could use when you go to visit. And I'm just reminded of what Honorable Skosana was saying about the expenses that go into correctional services. It becomes very expensive, understandably, for states to keep inmates locked up. As many honorable members have already said, there could be other ideas of non-custodial sentences, but all of those conversations emanate from this room and going back to our respective legislative bodies. So to just briefly go through this, it's an assessment tool that you could use. It has clear guidelines, which is do no harm, exercise good judgment. It's really just to help us see where our taxpayers' money goes to into the into the correctional services, but over and above that, to see that we are upholding our obligations either to domestic legislation or to regional obligations and international human rights framework. So again, as I said, Chairperson, it is available on honorable members' portals. They can go through it on their own and figure out how they can adapt it to make sure that it works for their respective jurisdictions. With that said, I think we have come to an end of our part of the program. I will hand back to you, Chairperson. Thank you. Oh, not yet. Oh, yes, yes. I'm in on my part. Thank you very much for bearing with me.
Prezados membros, depois de vermos o vídeo que foi aqui apresentado sobre o Malawi, vamos então, estamos no momento em que devemos partilhar a experiência e as perspectivas dos nossos respectivos países. Temos aí 5 minutos cada para dar umas ideias sobre aquilo que se passa nas nossas realidades. Portanto, por onde podemos começar? Estão abertas as inscrições para quem quer começar. Obrigado. Por favor, não sei se alguém quer começar. Please, por favor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to intervene a little bit about the discussion and the video that we just watched. First of all, I understood a lot of things, but I really interested with this last video about that visit to prison to check how they conduct their activities there. But my question is, I wish, because we don't have such practice in Tanzania, and it's something that I would wish to go and recommend to my government, but I wish to know the structure of that organ. Is it independent organization? Is it part of government ministry? So I needed to understand clear about that organ that has a role of going to check and supervise the conduct of the prison. That is a question. And about the Country experience, I think Tanzania, we, like many of South African country, we have the challenge in most of our prisons, but of course, previously we had a lot of congestion. We had a lot of inmates compared with the capacity of those prisons. But nowadays, during this current president's regime, I think President has an initiative of fast-tracking cases so that we reduce the number of number of inmates in our prisons. And I think by now, most of prisons in Tanzania, they care less than their capacity, most of prisons, except for those who are waiting for their case. We call, I don't know the English name, but those who are waiting for their cases, they're somehow in some prisons, there are many compared to the capacity, but there is high speed of cases. And I mean, the high speed of completing the case order to reduce the number of prisons. Another initiative they're taking in Tanzania is to have what we call the online courts. Instead of moving those prisons to courts, we have they are using technology so that they can conduct cases while those people that are in those prisons, instead of because we have the number of judges, they are small, so that people that there are men in the prisons, but using the technology, I think they have improving the number of cases that they completed. Another thing I like about the cleanness and in this the last video, like I would like to add, to advise the experience on Tanzania to other country, like in the kitchen, the way they cook. Like in Tanzania previously, because they cook a large number of food every day, and they are using charcoal wood. So most of, and remember, are the prisons who cook their own foods. So those smoke from firewoods, they are affecting those prisoners. But now the current president has given the order that all prisons, they should not use the normal source of energy, firewood source of energy. Now they are using the clean and alternative energy. So when you go to prisons, their kitchen, they are very clean. They're only allowed to use either gas or using those charcoal briquettes. I think that is my few remarks on presentation. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado da Tanzânia. Alguém mais quer pronunciar sobre, falar da experiência do seu país? Mais alguém?
Thank you.
Obrigada, senhor deputado da África do Sul.
I just wanted to find out from my colleague. He spoke about the awaiting prisoners, in fact, we call them trialists in a way. You said that the minister wants to resolve the problem of having so many trialists in prisons. I'm not sure in terms of law, though even in this country as well, that the issue of the judiciary is independent. It's a debatable issue, as the deputy minister has already said. Maybe it's a political issue as well. But it's very debatable, I must say, for us even to even attempt. You know, in America, it's if they're clear. You know, there's no such a thing that it's independent. You know, once the president comes in, he removes everyone now, you know, and he put his own people there. I'm not sure about other countries, but your country, as you said, are you saying the minister, not in fact, you didn't say them, you said the president wants to make sure that we don't have, which is a responsibility as well of government, we are correct. But I just hope that what I've seen there, Chair, and the deputy minister, I guess that South African prison, as compared to what I've seen there, it's chalk and cheese, you know, and I guess countries can improve, irrespective of that. Those people who have committed crimes have to be punished. But I think the living conditions there is despicable. Indeed, we need to improve in all aspects of life. We can't have people living in such a condition. You know, it's even worse than a pigsty for me. And indeed, we need to improve as African countries as well, you know, even if we are punishing the culprits. But I think we can do better in terms of human rights as well. I think, Chair.
Obrigada, senhor deputado. Não vejo nenhuma mão levantada. Não sei se alguém... faz favor. Faz favor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Honorable Président de la Commission permanente TIFI, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'honneur me soit d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous parler un peu du cas du Madagascar à propos de la situation carcérale, des enjeux économiques et financiers concernant la surveillance des prisons. Les prisons malgaches sont encore confrontées à des défis majeurs tels que la surpopulation, des conditions de détention précaires, insuffisance de médicaments, entre autres, et un manque de ressources humaines et financières. Le système carcéral doit être bien géré pour contribuer à la stabilité sociale, qui est essentielle pour attirer les investissements et favoriser la croissance économique. C'est pour cela que le gouvernement a investi dans la construction de prisons qui suivent les normes internationales dans la région de la Grande Île, comme par exemple celle qu'on vient d'inaugurer dans le district d'Ius, d'où je suis élu pour la deuxième fois, et dans le district d'Arivenmam aussi. Il était nécessaire de rappeler qu'il y a des enjeux économiques et financiers concernant la surveillance des prisons, du fait que la gestion des prisons représente une charge financière importante pour l'État. Nécessitant une allocation efficace des ressources car une mauvaise gestion carcérale peut entraîner des dépenses imprévues, affectant la stabilité financière du pays. D'où la nécessité d'une gestion transparente et efficiente en adoptant des normes régionales qui peut aider à optimiser les dépenses et à améliorer la transparence budgétaire. L'élaboration d'une loi type de la SADC y afférente est nécessaire pour standardiser les pratiques de surveillance pénitentiaire, garantissant ainsi le respect des droits des humains et une gestion efficace des établissements carcéraux. Honorable Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Muito obrigada, caro colega do Madagascar. Não sei se há mais algum pedido de palavra. Faz favor. Faz favor, colega.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm going to contribute what we have done in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has made notable strides in shifting the panel philosophy from punitive incarceration to correctional rehabilitation and the restoration of human dignity. This progress stance is rooted in a robust legal and policy framework that aligns with the regional and international human rights standards. Recent fact-finding visits and the prison inspection conducted by parliamentarians, judicial officers, and oversight bodies highlight the state's commitment to transparency and dignity within the correctional systems. These visits are a mechanism to identify, access, and continuously improve conditions in the places of detention. On number one, we have the Zimbabwe Independent Complaints Commission Act number 5 of 2022, a civilian mechanism that investigates allegations against security services, including prison staff. Zimbabwe has also made substantial infrastructure and programmatic innovations, established of Marondera Female Open Prison and Mara Male Open Prison, institutions that prioritize rehabilitations, vocational training, and reintegration. We also have Wawa Prison Partners with Midlands State University to offer education from basic literacy to tertiary level. The proposed Urungwe Smart Prison will be a Zimbabwe first technology integrated correctional facility. Environmental sustainability is embraced through Go Green initiatives such as solar-powered irrigation and climate-resilient agriculture. In some, Zimbabweans' approach is holistic, rights-based, and forward-looking. It integrates oversight, sustainability, and reintegration, reinforcing that prisoners lose their liberty, not their humanity. Zimbabwe is thus well positioned to contribute meaningfully to the development of a SADC model law on prison oversight. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada, prezada colega do Zimbábue. Não sei se há alguém mais que quer se pronunciar sobre a realidade, a experiência do seu país. Não vejo, neste momento, não vejo mesmo uma mão levantada. Eu queria também assinalar algumas questões em relação à experiência da Angola. Angola assinou alguns acordos em termos de direitos humanos, sobretudo acordos internacionais, e na sequência dessa adesão, Angola tem uma lei penitenciária de 2008, mas, ao mesmo tempo, Angola só aprovou a Constituição em 2010. E aí as coisas ficaram já mais clarificadas, já que até 2010 nós tínhamos uma lei constitucional que foi sendo alterada desde os anos da independência. O outro dado que eu queria dar é que o Código Penal e o Código do Processo Penal que Angola utilizava vem do tempo colonial. Só em 2021 é que nós aprovamos um Código Penal adaptado à Constituição de 2010 e um Código do Processo Penal. Portanto, qual é o sistema que nós temos? Sistema prisional. Nós temos uma estratificação de primeira classe, segunda classe e terceira classe. Primeira classe no centro, na capital, segunda classe nos centros provinciais e terceira classe nos centros municipais. Podem imaginar que quanto mais distante do centro da capital, portanto, mais dificuldades essas cadeias têm. Temos alguns problemas idênticos que foram aqui apresentados. Temos problemas de sobrepopulação nas cadeias. Muitas vezes há induto, sobretudo no final do ano, e agora, inclusive, por ocasião dos 50 anos da independência, há induto. O Presidente da República propõe induto para, então, reduzir a população penal. A questão da alimentação também é uma questão preocupante, porque normalmente nós assistimos os familiares a irem levar refeições para os seus familiares que se encontram detidos, porque de facto a alimentação das prisões deixa muito a desejar. Há uma questão que, felizmente, digo felizmente, porque a situação, o sítio onde os presos ainda se sentem melhor é nas enfermarias. Portanto, os presos preferem ficar doentes para irem para as enfermarias, porque lá, para além de terem assistência, também têm uma alimentação melhor. Portanto, me parece, ainda estamos a aprender muita gente para e enchemos as cadeias, ainda estamos a aprender para depois julgar, quando deveria ser o contrário. Por conta disso, nós criamos um sistema judicial de juízes de relação para reduzir, que têm de facto a missão de reduzir a população penal, mas ainda assim continuamos a ter muitos casos de excesso de prisão preventiva. Estão-se a criar as condições para melhorar essa situação, mas ainda não chegamos, ainda não temos o ponto certo e dizer, sim senhora, nós agora temos, os presos entram e ficam o tempo estritamente necessário da prisão preventiva. Ainda temos muitos casos de prisão preventiva. Me parece que o Estado tem investido muito em cadeias, têm estado a ser construídas muitas cadeias, mas às vezes também por causa de falta de financiamento. Eu sei pelo menos de 2 cadeias que as obras pararam há mais de 3 anos porque não há financiamento, porque não há finanças para continuar as obras. Então, me parece que, de facto, apesar de nós termos uma legislação que podemos dizer já moderna, mas ainda na prática ainda assistimos muitos casos de presos de excesso de prisão, muitos casos de excesso de prisão preventiva, muitos casos de presos que também ficam na prisão muitos anos sem processo, e quando vai uma fiscalização, esses presos acabam por fazer tudo para apresentarem o seu caso e chega-se à conclusão que afinal não têm processos e estão lá há 1, 2, 3 anos, e de facto isso, quer dizer, acaba sendo afetando a vida. Às vezes são jovens que tiveram que interromper a sua vida por questões tão simples como o roubo de uma galinha, como já foi dito aqui, ou o roubo de um telemóvel, ou porque tiveram um problema com um chefe e por isso estão na cadeia e estão aí esquecidos. Portanto, me parece que há toda a necessidade, primeiro, termos a lei modelo, sim, mas para além da lei modelo, nós também temos que alterar as nossas mentalidades. É um problema de mentalidade das lideranças. Não é só, podemos ter leis muito bonitas, mas se as mentalidades não forem mudadas, nós vamos continuar a assistir os problemas que nós estamos a assistir aqui. Muito obrigada. Portanto, posto isso, eu vou pedir ao Sr. Jeffrey para proferir as suas considerações finais sobre o tema que acabamos aqui de abordar.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Look, I've largely, I think, spoken in terms of the responses on the session that I'd presented on. But maybe just to say, I think, as or if you'll allow me, this is a committee of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I do think issues that maybe you should be looking at is a lot of the prisons in the region are old, and you know, as populations increase, so do the prison populations. And are you looking enough at that? Some countries have recently passed laws relating to the prisons, but some still have them, still have old laws. There's a document we were given on SADC countries' prison oversight survey. I mean, I see. Well, I won't necessarily go through them, but you can see which countries are. The laws haven't been amended for some time, and do those? A lot has changed since the 1960s or 1970s. Do those need to be revised? Then I think a crucial area that's been identified is because it's a problem in all countries, is the high number of awaiting trial prisoners, and more needs to be done to speed up trials and what can be done about that. Then there's the issue of alternative sentencing. So you try and reduce the number of people getting sent to prison. But on the issue that we're really here for, which is one of oversight, well, I think that a model law is going to be presented at some point. Our countries differ, but obviously a crucial aspect of oversight is oversight from the judiciary. That's a common thread. There's oversight by members of parliament. I think that when one talks about oversight, one means more independent oversight. So whilst it is important for ministries to perform oversight, they're the people responsible. So maybe the focus shouldn't be too much on that form of oversight. That can happen anyway. You need to allow for, I don't know what will happen with the optional protocol for the Convention Against Torture. Hopefully more countries in the region will ratify it. And that does provide for a national preventative mechanism to visit facilities of detention. And so it's not just prisons, it's broader. It'll be police cells, it'll be hospitals where people are sent because they can't stand trial, but they need to be kept away from society. It would be maybe facilities for children, those kinds of things. It would also include military detention barracks, so all of those. But that would need to be included in it. But maybe one thing, and I may raise it tomorrow. I've been in the South African National Assembly since 1999. I haven't been really much involved in the SADC Parliamentary Forum before. Honorable Skosana, okay, you weren't in Parliament when I was in. You came in Parliament when I left, but the issue of, I think, reports from members to their parliaments is quite crucial. That the information you get here doesn't sit with you, that you feed it back to your parliament. The other issue, though, and maybe I'm going too far, but there are ministerial structures in SADC, committees of ministers, ultimately the heads of state. I used to sit as an alternative on the SADC Ministers of Justice committee meetings, which basically was going through proposed treaties and agreements that were going to the SADC heads of state. Now, it would be a suggestion, to what extent does SADC PF interact with those SADC bodies of ministers? Because when you're looking at a model law on corrections, that law is going to be passed by yourselves, by your parliaments. But in most cases, if not all cases, it's going to come from the ministers. It's going to come from the executives. So I would suggest that you do also interact with the other structures of SADC, particularly the structures in the executive, to brief them on things like this proposed model law, so that if ministers of prisons or corrections or whatever else it's grouped with are intending to come with legislation, that they've got the benefit of knowing that there's a SADC PF model law and what it says. So, Chair, those would just be some suggestions and observations. But thank you for the input. It has been very interesting. It has been, very interesting for me. And I wish everybody all the best. I will be here still for the next 2 days. So if people want to interact with me, you can. Thanks. Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Jefferson. Eu vou pedir uma salva de palmas à equipa que esteve aqui a trabalhar conosco, a apresentar-nos as palestras, as apresentações e também os vídeos. Muito obrigada, Sr. Jefferson, pelas considerações que acabou de fazer. Eu penso que vai estar lançada a semente para todos nós participarmos nas discussões que vamos ter aqui a quando da proposta ou do projeto da lei modelo sobre as prisões. Nós vamos então, para hoje, terminar os nossos trabalhos. Eu vou passar a fazer o fecho, a intervenção, para fecharmos os trabalhos que acabamos de assistir hoje ao longo do dia. Senhores deputados, membros da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, Excelência, Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Boemo Secoma, eu espero que esteja a nos ouvir. Prezados membros do Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, distintas pessoas de recurso do Centro de Contencioso da África Austral, meus senhores e minhas senhoras. Ao chegarmos ao fim da nossa reunião e concomitantemente dos nossos trabalhos de hoje, permitam-me que aproveite esta oportunidade para vos agradecer sinceramente por terem tirado tempo das vossas subcarregadas agendas para participarem nesta reunião. Sei que nem sempre é fácil retirar um período de tempo tão considerável dos vossos respectivos parlamentos, mas a vossa presença aqui deu um grande contributo para o bom resultado que pretendemos alcançar. Senhores deputados, gostaria de vos felicitar, sobretudo aqueles que apresentaram contribuições valiosas durante a reunião, que certamente muito contribuirão para o desenvolvimento da lei modelo da SADC sob a supervisão dos estabelecimentos prisionais. Mais uma vez, agradeço ao Centro de Contencioso da África Austral e a todas as outras pessoas de recurso presentes hoje que partilharam conhecimentos e experiências sobre os estabelecimentos prisionais e a fiscalização prisional, uma vez que a fiscalização faz parte da função parlamentar, obtivemos uma maior percepção da necessidade de uma fiscalização deliberada dos estabelecimentos prisionais. Por conseguinte, saudamos e aguardamos com expectativa o resultado da lei modelo do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC sob a supervisão dos estabelecimentos prisionais. Permitam-me que aproveite esta oportunidade para aplaudir o empenho do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC ao contribuir para a harmonização legislativa na região da SADC com a elaboração e desenvolvimento de leis modelos. As mesmas promovem a integração regional, que é uma das competências da Comissão de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento. A nossa comissão sente-se assim honrada por fazer parte deste processo que irá invariavelmente mudar os meios de subsistência das pessoas da região, especialmente dos grupos vulneráveis. Meus senhores e minhas senhoras, gostaria de concluir agradecendo à secretária-geral, a senhora Boemo Secoma, e o secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por organizarem e facilitarem a realização de uma reunião com um brio profissional, o que permitiu que os membros da comissão participassem de forma significativa, não obstante os precalços que tivemos no início dos nossos trabalhos. Como é do vosso conhecimento, a partir da manhã, dia 24 e 25 de abril, teremos sessões conjuntas com os colegas de todas as comissões permanentes sobre o mesmo tema. No dia 26 de abril, como já foi aqui anunciado, teremos uma reunião da comissão TIFI e a nossa partida está prevista para o dia 27 de abril. Senhores deputados, agradeço a vossa habitual colaboração e muito obrigado pela atenção que me foi dispensada. Muito obrigada a todos mais uma vez. Obrigado.